everyone to day 2 of the CRSPI Climate and Emissions Reduction in Agriculture online forum. For those who weren't with us yesterday, I'll just provide a quick introduction. My name is Anwen Lovett and I am the manager of CRSPI. For those of you who don't know what CRSPI is, it's the Climate Research Strategy for Primary Industries, which is a 10-year partnership of the Rural Research and Development Corporations, state, territory and federal agencies for agriculture and the CSIRO. Through CRSPI, the partners work on climate adaptation and emission reductions research and development projects, and also the integration of adaptation and mitigation. One of the important functions that CRSPI fulfills is that we share information, and that's the purpose of today's online forum. Before COVID, we were running conferences every 2 years, and some of you would remember our 2020 conference fell victim to COVID, but we're back again with this online forum and we're thinking about future events later in the year. Before I hand over to our session 3 chair, just some housekeeping. I'd like to introduce Katie McRobert to you, who will appear from time to time during the day. She is providing us with the back office support to Zoom, so don't be alarmed if Katie appears from time to time on your screens. Please use the Q&A function at the bottom of Zoom in the menu bar. We're using the Q&A for you to pose your questions to the panel. Our chair will be keeping an eye on those questions and she will be sharing them with the panelists at the end. Please make use of it. The more questions we get, the better the discussion is at the end of the day. The session is going to be recorded and we're going to be sharing the presentations online on the CRSPI website, but we won't be recording the Q&A. Okay, so into session 3. It's my pleasure to introduce to you your chair for this morning, who is Dr. Wendy Craig. Wendy has over 25 years experience in senior roles in public policy. This includes as Commissioner of the Productivity Commission, Chief Executive of the Murray-Darling Basin Commission, President and member of the National Competition Council, Executive Director of the National Farmers Federation and Executive Officer of the Great Barrier Reef Marine Authority. She is currently a board member of the Reserve Bank, Chair of the Climate Change Authority, Director of the Australian Farm Institute and a member of the Future Drought Fund Consultative Committee and the Drought and Flood Advisory Board. Wendy was awarded the Member of Order of Australia in 2007 for service to the natural resource sector of the economy. Welcome and thank you, Wendy.
Thanks very much, Anwen, and welcome everybody to today's session, morning session, which is about major initiatives in agriculture to do with climate change. And so we're going to hear from 4 different groups, one talk on the ERF, Emissions Reduction Fund and methods, one on the Queensland Land Restoration Fund, one on the Future Drought Fund, Research and Development, and the Climate Initiative of the RDCs. I think they'll all be fascinating talks. And can I ask you to hold your questions till all 4 speakers have finished, well, there's 5 speakers actually, but all presentations are finished, with the exception of Gillian Main, who's talking about the Queensland Land Restoration Fund. Gillian has to leave early, so we'll take questions for Gillian's presentation after hers, but for the others, can you hold your questions till, or you can put them up in the Q&A, but we'll hold them until everybody's finished talking. Let's get into the session. Our first talk is on the Emissions Reduction Fund and methods. And I'm really pleased to be able to introduce Michelle Crosby and Mel Ford, who are both General Managers at the Clean Energy Regulator. And for those of you who don't know, the Clean Energy Regulator is an independent statutory authority that was established in 2012 to administer the Commonwealth Government's climate change policy. Michelle heads up the Emissions Reduction Fund branch and is going to give you an overview of the scheme, how it works, excuse me, carbon farming opportunities it presents to the agriculture sector, and Mel, who heads up the method development branch in the ERF, will then talk about the method development process and talk about some new methods that are coming up this year that should be of particular interest and present some opportunities for agriculture. And having worked for Mel, with Mel for a number of years in the Climate Change Authority, I know she was a full bottle before she went to the Clean Energy Regulator on the Emissions Reduction Fund, so I'm sure she knows even more these days. But over to you, Michelle and Mel.
Thanks very much, Wendy. I'll just check that our screen presentation is sharing at the moment?
All good.
Great. All right. Thank you. And look, thanks very much for the invite today. As Wendy said, Mel and I are presenting today. I thought what I'd do is start off with a bit of an overview of the Emissions Reduction Fund, how to participate, and then Mel's going to talk a little bit about method development, which is actually a new function that our agency has picked up last year. Just going to move to the next slide. Okay. Oh, there we go. Excellent. All right, so I guess what this slide is covering is a little bit about the Emissions Reduction Fund. So for those of you who don't know, the Emissions Reduction Fund is one of a number of climate change programs that the Commonwealth run, and many of those are Clean Energy Regulator run. The intent of the Emissions Reduction Fund is to incentivise individuals and Australian businesses to reduce their carbon emissions by undertaking activities or adopting new technology, and the carbon credits that are earned as a result of these activities to reduce or offset emissions can then be sold back to the Australian government if they're successful through one of our reverse auction processes, or back to the private market for Australian businesses to offset their carbon emissions. The good thing about the ERF is it's not just the benefits of the receiving Australian carbon credit units, but there are other benefits to running ERF projects, particularly in the agriculture sector. So, for example, running regen projects, there's benefits, biodiversity benefits, water quality benefits, our soil carbon projects, which are becoming very popular. There's benefits to the agriculture sector in terms of farm production, soil quality improvements, and savanna burning method provides on-country economic opportunities for Indigenous communities, and certainly the intent there also is to decrease the threats of very intense fires through the fire season. The market is growing incredibly fast, and in terms of the agriculture sector, offering great potential for jobs and additional sources of income, particularly rural and regional communities. And today we have, as the presentation says, almost 950 ERF projects nationally. I'm going to have a go at changing the slide to the next slide. There we go, that worked at the time. So this slide's just talking a little bit about what Mel and I do and our role, and the Clean Energy Regulator's role. Again, for those of you who don't know, the Clean Energy Regulator was stood up back in 2012. And again, the intent behind it was to be running some of the government's climate change programs. We still run the RET, so large scale, small scale renewable energy. We run the National Greenhouse and Energy Reporting Scheme and the Safeguard Mechanism. And of course, the Emissions Reduction Fund that we're talking about today. We used to run the Carbon Pricing Mechanism many years back when I started at the agency. So the slide just talks about the different aspects, I guess, of the program. And Mel, as I said, is going to talk about method development, and that's really the playbook for participating in the Emissions Reduction Fund, and sort of sets out the activities and how you calculate emissions reductions. So I'll leave it at that for now. Our teams also are responsible for registering projects under the Emissions Reduction Fund. And I mentioned on the previous slide, we've got almost, I think, 950 projects. But just from an agriculture perspective, 521 of those are using methods involving vegetation management. So examples of that is plantation forest, regeneration of native forest, environmental plantings. 125, so it's really the numbers sort of going up here, involving soil carbon sequestration, certainly rapid increase in that space. And we have a number of projects also in the beef cattle herd management method. My team also is responsible for the registration, after the registration of the projects, the issuing of the Australian carbon credit units. And These are what participants in the ERF receive for delivering abatement under the scheme. And each carbon credit represents 1 tonne of carbon dioxide equivalent. We've issued over 88 million carbon credits under the ERF since 2012. And in 2020, the Australian carbon market was valued at $200 million. So it's pretty good and growing. The final thing here on this slide is the reverse auction process, and I've touched on that. So projects have an opportunity to participate in a reverse auction. We generally have 2 auctions a year, and they can enter into a fixed price contract where volume and price and the period for the contract is set. And more recently, over the last few auctions, we've opened up to an optional contract. So the difference there is under a fixed price contract, the project has to deliver back to the Clean Energy Regulator, and under an optional, they have the option to go deliver back to the Clean Energy Regulator or back to the private market. And obviously the decision there is based on the price of the carbon credits that they can get at the time. Next slide, I think second last one, is from my perspective, and I'll hand over to Mel, is just, I've talked a little bit about this, but it's just the life cycle for entering into the Emissions Reduction Fund. And from the point of looking at the methods and identifying what would be the best project and method for you, for an agriculture business, registering the project through a fairly rigorous process, undertaking the activities, reporting back to the Clean Energy Regulator, and then claiming the carbon units that can then be sold either through back to us if successful in auction, or back out to the private market. I think probably one of the important points here is about just general eligibility requirements that are across all the methods that are important and sometimes make it difficult for participants in terms of meeting the eligibility requirements. So the first one is the newness requirement. So the project activities can't have begun before the project's registered, and that certainly gets people a bit unstuck sometimes. Legal right is another important one. So the proponent participant has to have legal right to both the project and running the activities on the land, but also they need to have legal right to receiving the carbon credit units. This is important because of permanence obligations, and consent comes into this as well. So to run a project, you need to make sure you've received all eligible interest holder consents. So that's the banks, if there's a mortgage, if you're leasing the land off state government, there may be native title requirements as well. So all of those need to be covered off. And permanence comes in is that, well, for sequestration projects, we don't want a reversal of sequestration or the carbon sequestered over the life of the project. And so there is an obligation that's put onto the land, where the project's running, that the carbon is not reversed over either a 25 or 100-year period. So that's sort of what makes it a little bit tougher in terms of those eligibility requirements. And for state government folk who are on the line, of course, the importance of reg additionality. So if it's required under the law, the activities, then there's a different mechanism that we've recently established for whether or not a project can run under the ERF, and to make sure there's not sort of double dipping under the state scheme and then under our scheme. The other thing of note is participants or landholders, so farmers, can run the projects themselves. Sometimes they'll do that, but more often they'll go to a carbon service provider to get access to knowledge and experience of how to run projects. Sometimes the carbon service provider may in fact even run the project. And the Carbon Markets Institute has a list of all the carbon service providers for farmers and agriculture producers to be able to determine whether that's some path they might want to go down. And then finally, I'll just skip to my final slide before handing to Mel. Participation, I've talked a little bit there. One of the other things I didn't talk about was audits. So a project has to have up to at least 3 audits through the life of the crediting period. And that can get a bit expensive. And participation, if you're running a one-off project rather than lots of projects, can get hard. So we've done a few things over the last year or so. One of those is advance payments for soil carbon projects. So helping with those upfront costs, we offer a $5,000 payment upfront to help with the soil sampling. The other thing we're working on, which will be of interest, I'm sure, to you and to the agriculture sector, is we're designing a small farmers participation route pathway. So we're going to pilot under the environmental planting method, shelter belt plantings. And what we're designing at the moment is looking at how we can make it easier to participate, how we can reduce the burden of the audits, whether less audits or reduce scope for audits, and the actual compliance requirements to make it easier for participation. So they're just a few things that we're doing in terms of streamlining, I guess, and there's certainly plenty more that we'd be happy to talk about at another time. So I'm going to now hand over to Mel, and she's going to talk about the method development process.
Morning, everyone. So today I just wanted to sort of give you an overview of some of the work that we're doing at the Clean Energy Regulator to develop new methods under the Emissions Reduction Fund. So there's currently about 30 methods that are available to provide incentives for people to reduce their emissions or sequester carbon. As Michelle said, a lot of those are in the vegetation space already. At the end of last year, the Minister for Energy and Emissions Reductions announced 5 new method development priorities. 4 of those are particularly relevant, I think, to the primary industries space. So we're developing a new soil carbon, plantation, forestry, blue carbon and biomethane method, as well as a carbon capture and storage method to facilitate the issuance of carbon units for the geological storage of emissions from entities such as oil and gas producers. So I thought I'd just talk a little bit about the new soil carbon method. So this method will build on the existing soil carbon method, which allows farmers to earn Australian carbon credit units by undertaking a new and materially different land management strategy on their property that is known to help increase carbon stock. So that can be things such as improving your pastures, changing the way you're managing your herds, and the application of some fertilisers. In the new method, what we want to do is reduce the cost of participation in the scheme. So we're looking at developing a new hybrid model measure approach, which will require people to measure their soil carbon before they start their project. But they are allowed to be issued ACCUs on the basis of models that over time are sort of proven and calibrated to their particular farming enterprise. So in doing this, we think it will open up a lot of opportunities actually by reducing the cost of participation in the Emissions Reduction Fund. And it's something that we're quite excited about. We're talking to a range of stakeholders about this new method, and obviously working closely with the department who is facilitating some more research and development in that space to better understand the correlation or the connection between management practices and soil carbon as well. The next method that might be of interest is the plantation forestry method. So again, this builds on an existing method, but will open up additional opportunities and reduce some of the barriers to participation. So at the moment, we're looking at including a range of activities. So that could include the establishment of a new plantation forest, converting a existing plantation from a short to long rotation, and also incentivising keeping forest in situ where it would otherwise be converted to non-forest land. So all of these methods rely on what we call the offsets integrity standards, which require things to be new and additional because the Emissions Reduction Fund is set up as an offsets scheme. So again, we've been having lots of conversations about that. And if you'd like to get involved on the final slide, I'll sort of talk about some of the opportunities for involvement there as well. Another method that we're developing this year is the blue carbon method. Again, there's a lot of excitement around this method. So what it will do is provide opportunities for people to earn carbon credits when they remove a device that's been restricting basically salt water and allow the development of a mangrove ecosystem to re-emerge. So often along the sort of the east coast where you've got cane fields, people had implemented, cane bunds and drains and those sorts of things, and restricted the entry of salt water onto their properties. There are significant opportunities to earn Australian carbon credit units by allowing those ecosystems to regrow, both through avoiding the emissions that would otherwise occur from the soil, and also crediting for sequestration in the vegetation, in the mangroves and the salt marshes, and the soil carbon as well. So there's lots of interest in that method as well. The final method that's I wanted to talk about today is the biomethane method package. So currently under the Emissions Reduction Fund, there are opportunities for agricultural producers to use their effluent and waste products and create or convert basically biogases and waste into a lower emissions intensive source. So basically converting methane to carbon dioxide. There's a new opportunity that we're looking to open up here that would allow people to capture these waste gases and convert them into biomethane, which could then be injected into the existing gas networks. We're looking at including this activity into some of those existing waste methods, including the animal effluent management method and the wastewater treatment method, which would allow people with piggeries and dairies and abattoirs and beef processing facilities to participate. And we are also looking at whether or not there's broader opportunities for additional agricultural waste products to enter into the scheme as well. So I guess the last thing that I just wanted to sort of mention is that we do have quite a tight KPI. So we need to develop these 5 new methods by the end of the year. And we're working very closely with a range of experts within government, outside of government, in the academic space, with project proponents and others that are interested in the Emissions Reduction Fund to develop these methods in a co-design process. So that means that we want to engage early and often in order to develop methods that don't just sit on the shelf, but that people pick up and use and, open up those opportunities to earn additional carbon revenue alongside their traditional agricultural enterprises. So I'll just leave this slide up with sort of details of who you can get in contact with, and Michelle and I are more than happy to take questions and for people to contact us if they'd like further information. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Michelle and Mel. That was really, really interesting. And I'm sure there'll be quite a few questions when we get to that at the end towards the end of the session. Okay, so we move on now to our next presentation from Gillian Main. And Gillian's the director of the Queensland Land Restoration Fund, which is an innovative program established by the Queensland Government and delivered by the Department of Environment and Science. The fund is growing carbon farming in Queensland by investing in carbon projects which deliver, but those which deliver additional benefits to the environment. So as well as carbon, they deliver other benefits like biodiversity, benefits to society, to First Nations people, and improve market conditions for Queensland landholders. And the Land Restoration Fund has completed its first investment round in 2020 and is planning for the next phase of its operations. So Gillian, over to you.
Thanks so much, Wendy, and thanks very much for the opportunity to come and talk today. As Wendy mentioned, excuse me, I'm just making sure that my screen is sharing correctly. I'm from the Department of Environment and Science in the Queensland State Government and the Director of the Land Restoration Fund. It's really great to be following the Clean Energy Regulator today. The work that they do is the foundation of the carbon farming market and what forms the basis of a lot of the work that we do in the Land Restoration Fund. So excuse me, I'll just change it into presenting mode. So the Land Restoration Fund was established following a 2017 election commitment by the Queensland Government to establish a $500 million fund to build the carbon farming market in Queensland. The government's given the Land Restoration Fund a mandate to work across the spectrum of carbon farming industry, from research, development and innovation through to investing in carbon plus co-benefits. I'll talk a little bit about what the co-benefits are in a little while. Queensland has a natural advantage in carbon farming because of our large supply of natural capital in the form of trees and biodiversity and waterways. And therefore, carbon farming is an opportunity for landholders, including farmers, to diversify their income sources, as well as contributing to a better environment. The Land Restoration Fund is investing in both on-ground projects, purchasing carbon credit units with associated environmental, social and economic co-benefits, and improving market conditions to enable more Queensland landholders to be able to enter the market. So we are a Queensland-based program, as you might have gathered from that, obviously being the Department of Environment and Science. But the work that we do in terms of growing the market, we try to take a holistic national perspective. And so a lot of the barriers that we're working to reduce, we feel have benefit across the whole of the marketplace. So just following on a little bit from what Michelle and Mel were talking about, this is I guess a little snapshot of the way that the carbon farming market works in Queensland. So we have the suppliers on the left-hand side, with effectively anybody who owns or controls land in some way. It's important to note that the Land Restoration Fund is working in the land sector carbon farming pipeline. So we're not investing at this point in time in projects that fall outside of land restoration. So carbon capture and storage is outside of our remit at this point in time. In the middle there, we have professional services like the carbon project service developers that Michelle was talking about, play an important part in the marketplace because of the complexity of the market. But there are also other advisors, including agronomists, financial services and scientists, who are pretty key in this, as well as the peak bodies. And you can see on the right-hand side here under the buyers that the Land Restoration Fund is a buyer in the voluntary market. And so we are looking to purchase Australian carbon credit units, but we're looking for special carbon credit units. We're looking for ones with co-benefits attached. But you can see also that we work across the industry development as well. So we work with landholders to educate them, and we work with professional services to educate them, and the peak bodies to make sure that there's enough information and there's good quality sources of advice out there about how to enter into the market. So this is typically how a Land Restoration Fund project works. So when we're investing in the marketplace, we undertake a call for projects to come forward to sell us their carbon credit units. And that necessarily means that we are looking for projects that can be registered with the Clean Energy Regulator as an emissions reduction fund project, because that's how the carbon credits flow through. But then we're also, what we're more specifically interested in is the additional benefits that flow from those projects. So the environmental co-benefits. So we're looking for projects that have additional environmental outcomes, including an ability to demonstrate that it's improving outcomes for, say, threatened species or threatened ecosystems, improvements to waterways. And in addition to that, we're looking for projects that also have great social co-benefit and economic co-benefit. So, for example, we're looking for projects that's supporting on-country business for First Nations people. We're looking for projects that maybe have an element of training or employment involved in them as well. So the whole of the project is, we bundle the co-benefits with the carbon credit unit, and we actually value and pay for the co-benefits in addition to the carbon credit units. So we'll typically be paying more than you'll find in the voluntary market for ACCUs alone. A little bit more about co-benefits. So we've established our own co-benefit standard. it's a really critical document because similar to the carbon element, we want to make sure that the co-benefit outcomes are actually verified and assured and based in science. And so our co-benefit standard demonstrates how you can verify those co-benefit outcomes. For environmental co-benefits, for example, you'll find in the co-benefit standard a range of standards that demonstrate how you can look at, improving biodiversity or habitat for threatened species, or improving soils and wetlands and water systems. So the process of verifying co-benefits would depend on the carbon method that you've chosen to use. In some cases, a third-party standard is used for verifying co-benefit outcomes, and that could be, for example, the Accounting for Nature standard for verifying environmental outcomes, or in the case of social or economic outcomes, there's a third-party verification standard that's been established by the Aboriginal Carbon Foundation, which is called their Core Benefits Standard. So examples of co-benefits we might expect to see from LRF investments include better quality water flowing into the Great Barrier Reef, enhanced habitat regrowth for threatened species, both flora and fauna. For example, glossy black cockatoos often benefit from carbon farming projects, and not least, and certainly very important, is the concept of new income streams that create jobs for Queenslanders. We want to see rural communities strengthened through carbon farming. So in 2020, we completed our first investment round for the Land Restoration Fund. So these are projects that are invested through our Land Restoration Fund Trust. We've contracted 18 projects as at the 31st of December 2021, and we've investing around about $91 million over about 15 years is the average length of the contracts. That's giving us nearly 1.8 million hectares of land that's associated with those carbon farming projects. And we're purchasing about 1.8 million carbon credit units, premium carbon credit units. Of these projects, we're seeing 16 of those protecting threatened ecosystems. We've got 13 projects will verify improved health in the reef catchment and water quality. We've got 6 projects that are delivering economic opportunities for First Nations people, and all 18 projects provide new regional employment opportunities. What is important to the Land Restoration Fund is how we're improving the diversity of carbon farming in Queensland. If you look at the typical type of project that's been registered with the ERF in Queensland prior to the Land Restoration Fund, they are geographically clustered and are limited to a fairly small number of carbon farming methods. What we're trying to do with the Land Restoration Fund is to diversify the geographical spread, the size of the projects, and the types of methods that are being used. And we're doing this by not generally following the trend for carbon prices. Because we're valuing the co-benefit outcomes, we're typically paying more for a project than you'd find in the voluntary market. But that's only on the basis of the verification of co-benefit outcomes, which are the public goods that flow to the people of Queensland. So in the first investment round, some of the outcomes for agriculture that we identified were a boost in regional economic opportunities. So 12 of the 18 contracted projects were from the agricultural sector. 14 regional and remote local government areas. We've certainly identified that there's a new source of income, particularly in areas that weren't seeing income from carbon farming previously, and that landholders are direct recipients and communities of that additional income. We supported some regenerative agricultural projects, including 2 measured soil carbon projects on grazing land, and they're exemplifying how carbon farming can support regenerative ag. There's over 1,700 hectares of trees to be planted in the Great Barrier Reef catchments and a 5-fold increase in environmental planting method projects in Queensland. We're really proud of the outcomes and being able to demonstrate that the carbon farming isn't about locking up and leaving land. It's about the balanced income and diversified income opportunities for people in the agricultural industry. One of the case studies that we have invested in, a case study of one of the projects that we've invested in through the first investment round is the Borrelia carbon project. So this is demonstrating a relatively new agricultural model and the type of project that we like to see come through the Land Restoration Fund. So it's located in Coliseum, south of Gladstone in Queensland. And it's using a unique stacked approach, running 2 individual soil carbon projects alongside environmental planting and a beef herd carbon project in which is a relatively unusual model in Queensland in particular. So the methods they're using are reforestation of environmental by mallee plantings, beef herd cattle management method, and a measurement of soil carbon sequestration. So the Borrelia property runs cattle over conventional fodder crop pasture. The soil carbon component of this project will utilise a digital whole of farm management system to effectively rotate cattle to avoid overgrazing of pasture fodder crop. This will retain enough year-round root mass to build soil carbon below ground. The project's also resulting in a number of co-benefit outcomes, including improved soil organic carbon content and increased water holding capacity, serving as a key source of food for arthropods and other wildlife, and reducing the need for the application of synthetic fertilisers. As the property is located on the western edge of the Baffle drainage basin, the reduction in sediment runoff and erosion and nutrient input into the catchment will improve the health of the Great Barrier Reef and coastal ecosystems. So, this project demonstrates that by undertaking a carbon project, there's a whole range of additional environmental, economic, and social outcomes that are received and that are being recognised through this project. And finally, just a quick overview of some of the things that we're doing in terms of removing or reducing the barriers to entry to the market. So one of our objectives is to invest in research and development into emerging areas of carbon farming in Queensland. During the first phase of operation, we've primarily been investing in projects, but we're also at the same time making strategic investments in capacity building. So we've been running a range of workshops and developing information for landholders to make the market slightly more accessible. It is a complex marketplace, we recognise that, and we're doing our best and working with Clean Energy Regulator to see what we can do to reduce those barriers. So we do work with the Clean Energy Regulator on the co-design process, and we're certainly involved in the blue carbon method development and the soil method development. We've been working recently with CSIRO on developing on further developing their Look-See tool. So Look-See is a tool that can be used by landholders to get an initial impression of how much carbon that a project could deliver or could sequester. And we've been working with them to develop a tool to extend that tool to considering the additional co-benefits that might flow from that project as well. And as I talked about before, in terms of co-benefit verification, so we will continue to develop our co-benefit standard and continue to work with third-party assurance frameworks and new verification methods. Other market barriers include financial markets. So we're working with the Carbon Market Institute to improve knowledge and processes for lenders in the financial market. We're continuing to support landholders with education, and we are doing some research on the barriers for small landholders, so that there's a diversified opportunity for a whole range of landholders to enter into the market, and we hope to have some progress in that in the next 12 months. Thank you so much for listening today. If you'd like more information, there's plenty of information on our website. 15 minutes is not enough time really to share all that we know, and we'd really encourage you to hop into our website and link to us, and we'll continue to send to put more information on that website.
Right.
Thanks, Wendy.
Thanks very much, Gillian. I think that's been really interesting. And can I say, personally, I'm really pleased to see how well it's going. When we reviewed the emissions at the Climate Change Authority, when we reviewed the Emissions Reduction Fund a couple of years ago, we made a recommendation that there should be multiple benefits from carbon farming and associated activities, and they should be packaged together. So it's really great to see something like the Land Restoration Fund actually doing that and practically implementing it.
Yeah,
So my first question is really fascinating. Thank you, and all the best.
Okay. Yeah, thanks everybody, and thanks for your time.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks. Okay, so we move on to our next presentation, which is all about the Future Drought Fund. Blake Zur is an Assistant Director at the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, and she's leading the knowledge management team in the Future Drought Fund Research and Adoption Program. And the fund provides secure, continuous funding for drought resilience initiatives. And Blake's going to speak about the Research and Adoption Program, which is designed to help farmers and communities co-design innovative tools and strategies to enhance Australia's agricultural regions' drought resilience. Over to you, Blake.
Thanks, Wendy. And as mentioned at the start, Wendy's actually on the Future Drought Fund Consultative Committee. So she's been really instrumental in some of this work. So just get the presentation up. There we go. So good morning, everyone, and I'm really excited to be presenting here today about this really, sorry, is that all working?
All good, thanks, Blake.
Excellent. Presenting here today about this really sort of large and transformative body of work. So I look after the knowledge management work under the Research and Adoption Program of the Future Drought Fund. So what is the Future Drought Fund? It's a long-term investment fund that provides a sustainable source of funding to help Australian farmers and communities become more prepared for and resilient to the impacts of drought. So the Future Drought Fund was established under the Future Drought Fund Act in September 2019, and the fund began with a $3.9 billion investment, which is managed by the Future Fund Board of Guardians, and its earnings are to be reinvested by the board until the balance reaches $5 billion. And from July 2020, $100 million per year became available for drought resilience programs. So that'll be in perpetuity. So there'll be $100 million each year in perpetuity for important drought resilience work. So the Future Drought Fund has a drought resilience funding plan, which is a framework for all the expenditure from the fund. It guides the design of the program and the types of projects that are offered. And the funding plan has 3 interconnected strategic priorities, which are economic resilience for an innovative and profitable agricultural sector, environmental resilience for sustainable and improved functioning of farming landscapes, and social resilience for resourceful and adaptable communities. So the fund is intended to enhance the public good by building drought resilience through programs that will grow the self-reliance and performance of the agricultural sector, improve the natural capital of agricultural landscapes for better environmental outcomes, and strengthen the well-being and social capital of rural, regional, and remote communities. So to get to where we are now, there's been a lot of work and a lot of consultation and collaboration, and it's been a really sort of open collaborative process, and we've really tried to engage broadly and speak to people in dynamic sort of groups and all across the country to make sure where we're focusing our effort and our programs and the funding is going to make the most difference. So the Future Drought Fund Consultative Committee led 6 weeks of national consultation in late 2019. And the purpose of that consultation was to inform the draft of the funding plan. So between October and December in 2019, they toured all around Australia. There was a mix of public meetings, roundtable meetings, and these were with grower groups, universities, industry, local government, state and territory government officials, charities, banks, natural resource management and land care organisations. We really tried to talk to as many people as possible. So at these sessions, the committee encouraged a contest of ideas, asking people to put everything on the table and nothing was out of reach. They listened to farmers' challenges and to their innovative ideas, and this feedback helped to inform the draft funding plan. For those who couldn't actually physically attend a session, we also had a specific Have Your Say webpage. This had a survey on it, the location and dates for consultations, and an electronic copy of the draft funding plan. So users were able to provide their feedback on the funding plan through either doing an online submission, like a free text submission, or by completing the survey. And this consultation process, including the online part, was the most engaging online consultation the department has ever run. And it had a record level of online interaction. And that's from the submissions to the page views for the Q&A, everything. People were really involved in this process and really interested to be a part of it. So what the committee found out during this consultation was that the key areas of focus for our stakeholders were largely reflected in what we'd put in the draft funding plan, which was good to see that they were aligning. And what really came through the discussion was that farmers weren't looking for a handout. They were looking for things like risk management tools and investments in research to help them become better business managers to prepare for and ultimately survive the next drought. So the committee took all this on board and provided its final advice on the plan to the Drought Minister on the 6th of February 2020. Out of all of this, on the 1st of July 2020, the Future Drought Fund Foundational Year programs were announced. So they included $20 million for the Farm Business Resilience Program, $10 million for the Regional Drought Resilience Planning Program, $10 million for Climate Services for Agriculture, $3 million for the Drought Resilience Self-Assessment Tool, $86 million over the next 4 years for the Drought Resilience Research and Adoption Program, which is what I'll be going into a bit more detail about today, $15 million for the Natural Resource Management Drought Resilience Programs, which had the landscapes and grants components, $3.75 million for the Networks to Build Drought Resilience Program, and $7.45 million for the Drought Resilience Leaders Program. And all of these programs are focused on the future. So it's not about providing in-drought support. Our objective is to build drought resilience and give farmers and regional communities the tools they need to face the challenges that lie ahead. So if you want to find out more about some of these other 7 programs that I won't be going into detail on today, you can visit the Future Drought Fund pages of the department's website and also register on Have Your Say, which was the platform we used during consultation. So by signing up to Have Your Say, you'll get notifications when programs are released and any updates to program news and information like that. So to get into the research and adoption program, so as I mentioned previously, this is $84 million of funding over the next 4 years, and it's focused on investing in collaborative research, development, extension, adoption, and commercialization activities. So the sort of a guiding feature under this program is the Drought Resilience Research and Adoption Investment Plan. So its intent for this is to shape Australia's future investment in drought resilience research and adoption, helping our primary producers prepare and manage for future drought. The plan will identify national drought resilience priorities and coordinate investment and activities to support transformational change. Development of the plan will involve close engagement and co-design with farmers, farming communities, the agribusiness and agri-research sectors. The plan will identify short-term wins and long-term change and development capabilities. It will leverage and align ongoing investment as well as identify knowledge gaps to delivering drought resilience. So we're just currently figuring out consultation on the plan. So it's expected to begin in late April. And we're thinking that RDCs are going to be really major stakeholders in this consultation process. We're also exploring ways to reach a general audience, such as through the Have Your Say platform. So more details about the consultation on this plan will be coming soon. And now a really sort of major thing under the research and adoption stream of work of the Future Drought Fund are the Drought Resilience Adoption and Innovation Hubs. So we ran a competitive grants process from the 30th of October to the 23rd of December at the end of last year to identify suitable hubs, and successful hubs are going to be announced in April. So there is going to be 8 hubs established in regional Australia, located in regional areas that reflect the key agricultural and climatic zones across the country. And each hub must have a regional university as a member to try and really connect research to end users and to departmental policy. So the 8 hub regions that we wanted to try and establish hubs in are Southern New South Wales, Southern Queensland and Northern New South Wales, Southwest WA, Victoria, Top End NT and WA, Tropical North Queensland, South Australia and Tasmania. So this complicated kind of looking diagram tries to show how the hubs will interact with the R&D and extension providers as well as the program's end users, and kind of show how the hubs fit within the program more broadly. So the hubs will be a consortia of research providers and research users with a regional focus. They will come together to address local drought resilience research, development, extension, adoption, and innovation priorities. The hubs will aim to ensure agricultural research is useful and accessible and increase opportunities to commercialise innovation. An independent advisory committee, which we're in the process of setting up at the moment, will provide oversight across the hubs and connect hubs to each other and to national priorities and advances. So hubs are really about sort of connecting the policymakers, the researchers, the end users, everyone involved in all of this drought resilience work together. So we're making sure we're working collaboratively and that policy is being informed by end user needs and research is being informed by end user needs. So the hubs will be multidisciplinary and inclusive to ensure that the focus of the hubs is to support agricultural industries and communities to adapt, reorganise and transform so that they're resilient to future droughts. The hubs will support networks of key stakeholders to work together, including primary producers, growers, community groups, industry, researchers, entrepreneurs, education institutions and governments to provide extension, adoption and commercialisation support, and to plan co-designed and demand-driven drought resilience RDEA and C. And so then the next initiative under the RNA program is the innovation grants. And that's at a budget of $14.17 million this financial year. And the grants will provide opportunities for collaborative drought resilience projects to assist primary producers and communities to adapt and transform. So the investment plan that I mentioned earlier will be used to identify priorities for the grants, and we're currently looking into different funding streams for them. And the focus of the grants will really be on the development side of R&D. The grants will be open to everybody and available later this year. So if you're interested in the progress of these grants and want to stay informed, once again, I'd encourage you to sign up to the Have Your Say page because we'll be using that to advertise when the grants are opening and any sort of consultation or updates on the grants. And then onto the Drought Resilience Science to Practice Innovation Forum. So this is a key activity of the Future Drought Fund Research and Adoption Program. And it's designed to bring together key stakeholders across the spectrum of researchers, practitioners, farmers, agribusiness, governments, and end users. And the hubs are a critical part of this first forum, given that they're just up and running. This forum will provide a mechanism for the hubs to talk about their regions and their priorities and to connect to each other into national priorities. So it's going to be a 3-day event held from the 29th of June to the 1st of July this year. And we're just about to begin advertising those dates and calling for sign-ups. So details about registering will be available soon. So once again, I'll plug the Have Your Say page, because if you sign up there, you'll be notified once the registration process is open and how to register. So how the forum's intended to work is there'll be a central location in Canberra with presentations, but also satellite locations at each of the hubs with presentations from the hubs as well. The whole event is intended to be live streamed. So even if you can't get to Canberra or one of the hubs, you should be able to log on, similar to this event, listen to presentations, participate in Q&A, and be involved. And another thing I wanted to sort of plug right now is we're really interested in ideas and case studies of successful farmers during the drought to sort of showcase at this event. So if you have any ideas that might be suitable, please send them in to us through that Have Your Say page, because we really want to sort of showcase those. So as I've mentioned throughout, this is the Have Your Say page if you do want to sign up to stay informed about the future drought fund. And we'll be using it to advertise how to register for the forum, how to participate in consultation on the investment plan, and also how to apply for innovation grants as soon as all of this information is available. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Blake. That was really helpful, I think, to people who haven't been involved in the Future Drought Fund. So thanks a lot. And there's at least 1 or 2 questions in the question Q&A to ask you afterwards. Now, our final presentation is from Ian Taylor, and Ian has extensive experience across cotton research development and extension. He worked as a researcher before moving on to management in the Cotton Industries Extension Program, Cotton Info, and the Cotton RDC. And now he's Executive Director of the Cotton RDC, but before that he was General Manager of R&D Investments for 5 years. And he delivered the development, among other things, of the CRCD, or the Cotton RDC Strategic RD&E Plan 2018 to 2023. And importantly also, Ian's chair of the RDC's cross-sectoral climate initiative, and he was a founding member and interim director of Agricultural Innovation Australia. So Ian, over to you. We're interested to hear you talk about the RDC's climate initiative. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Wendy, and good morning, everyone. And thanks for the opportunity to be able to present this morning. I guess, importantly, I hope right from the outset, you'll actually see the integration of the RDC initiative into a lot of the information that's already been presented. So in my talk this morning, what I'm going to do is focus on what actually is the climate initiative. How did we arrive at the investment themes that I'll be talking about this morning? And then also, what are the next steps in terms of the initiative as it moves forward? So let me just share this. So just checking that's actually on the slideshow.
It is now, Ian, yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, so what actually is the climate initiative itself? So the climate initiative consists of 4 investment themes. And if I think about the previous presentation, then this really dovetails quite nicely in terms of the support for the Future Drought Fund and its intended activities. So the first of these is grassroots and green shoots, which is actually about place-based community connection solutions, understanding that producers and production industries cannot tackle climate issues in isolation. And our initial investment is looking at extension and facilitation support for producer groups in order to accelerate action on a regional scale. The second component is sense and sensibilities, which is producer-centered action that aligns to production systems and also producer aspirations. So our initial investment here is looking at how do we build capacity within the advisor community on the use and application of those climate tools, which have previously been mentioned, and the development of integrated information platforms for extension specialists. The third element is risk and resilience. So really understanding what are the risks that producers face and how do we actually help facilitate and manage those risks with producers. For example, if we think about insurance options for producers to help manage and mitigate climate risks. And so aligning climate information resources and key management decisions for the midterm. So looking at how do we provide information over the next 5 to 15 years. And the fourth element is baselines and beyond. So the maintenance of a robust and credible emissions baseline and tracking to assess future performance. So ensuring that as we start thinking about carbon and carbon neutral, that we're actually able to baseline the production systems across the whole of Australia and making sure that we've got that uniform methodology that's been discussed already this morning, and also thinking about how can we do that in different ways. So an Australian startup, Fluorosat, has recently acquired a US-based organisation called Dagan, and they actually have the ability to measure soil carbon remotely. So really interesting in terms of how can we bring some of these future-based technologies to the agricultural production system. In terms of how we got there, well, we actually start off with a working group that consisted of members of RDCs, CSIRO, and also the Department of Agriculture, Water and Environment to ensure that we actually had that cross-pollination, that we weren't duplicating work that was going on, but we could actually fit and ensure that what we were developing actually aligned strongly with other initiatives being undertaken in the agricultural sector. We also formed a reference group. So that was a group that we could actually come back to and actually test where exactly our initiative was aligning to and ensure that we actually, what we were developing made sense. And so that included Warwick Ragg from National Farmers Federation. It included Mark Howden from ANU. We also incorporated the supply chain. So we had Wilma Holland from Coles, and we also had Artesian Ventures, so Jeremy Colas, just to help ensure that if we were, and what we're looking for here is how do we also bring private investment into this initiative to ensure that what we actually developed then also met the requirements of private investors as we were developing the initiative. In terms of principles that we developed for the initiative, and we've heard a lot around this co-design or design-led thinking. So we really wanted to focus on the end user, and that is those who are actually going to be responsible for implementing the change. And again, from a co-design point of view, really ensuring that we were working with those producers to ensure that what we were developing actually met their needs. We used a design with, not for. So Richard Sturzaker, who's a CSIRO researcher, published this paper in 2010, and it was about how do we actually address the complex systems issues, and climate is one of those. So if you think about typical reductionist type approaches to science, then when you start dealing with a complex system, that the methodology that we actually use is not going to be the same as what we would use for typical reductionist type approaches. So really thinking about how do we address that using design-led thinking, which actually focuses on innovation, which brings us a different set of tools and processes that actually enable us to address these complex systems issues. And we thought about in terms of how do we actually design the climate initiative. So ensuring that we actually design the right thing and then design the thing right. So what is it that we actually don't understand, and how do we actually really understand, rather than assume what it is that producers are struggling with. Defining those, so ensuring that we actually really define the problem that producers are having in terms of the information and the challenge of climate. And I will distinguish that this initiative is to think about climate as a whole, not just drought. So really thinking about how do we manage the future climate that we're going to be working with for agricultural production. Then we actually develop, so what are the potential solutions to that? And we develop those in conjunction with producers. And then we continue that discussion with producers to see, does this actually fit? So is this the solution that we're developing? Does this fit well within your individual business enterprise? And ensuring that the tools that we develop and that we extend are actually having that fit for production environments. We also wanted to understand how do we actually bring greater transformational change to the sector. So one of the challenges is We know that climate change is complex. We know that it's occurring rapidly. And for us to be able to develop solutions, we need to make sure that they are actually transformational changes. So we worked with Climate Kick, and Climate Kick are the EU's largest innovation organisation around climate change. And we went through a process of systems innovation in terms of developing the initiative so that we can actually bring a more comprehensive portfolio of work together that actually delivers that transformational change that we are looking for across ag. The objectives that we set for the initiative were to focus innovation and investment on enhancing the resilience and performance of agriculture, fisheries and forestry in the face of climate change, enhancing innovation systems capabilities to address those complex challenges, and to develop attractive investment propositions. But also then the key aim of this initiative was that it would go into agricultural innovation Australia as an investment piece. So then working out what's the governance framework that we also needed to provide to enable that to go into AIA. We worked with MELD, who are a specialist co-design company. So in our engagement with producers, we actually worked through processes that would actually enable us to assess and understand better the key challenges that they were facing. And they told us a lot, and I'm not expecting people to look at the detail here, but just really there are three areas that we felt were important to us. One was at the national socio-political level, which is actually not really a space for the RDCs to operate. So clearly defining what our role is versus others in the ecosystem. Understanding in terms of the regional and supply chain and cross-industry levels, and then on the land and water. And if we just look at what those headings are, so if I look at a clear space in the national socio-political level, a clear lack of direction and understanding of value leaves markets unwilling to invest and producers unwilling to make changes. If I come down into the regional supply chain and cross-industry level, access control and cost of natural resources will define the success of regions, communities and producers. And then also if I look at on the land and water level, if I think about current risk management tools are expensive and not adequate for producers' needs. So in terms of then how does this initiative actually respond to and shape some of these comments that we've heard from producers as they struggle to manage climate change in their enterprises. We undertook a climate accelerator. So we worked with Paul Barnett and David Ireland, and David Ireland worked in the CSIRO on program, so helped set that up. So again, how do we take leading innovation practices and utilise those within the climate initiative? So we ran that with 4 teams looking at those to develop those investment themes. And we also use this systems innovation approach. So really understand, well, what is the intent? And we set out a future that enables agriculture to thrive irrespective of the impact of climate. So that was our goal in terms of setting up this initiative. How do we actually frame that? How do we build a portfolio? And how do we actually learn from the work that we're doing? So the aim of this initiative is that it's not a top-down approach. The aim of this initiative is that we continually work with producers and receive feedback the whole way through so that we tailor outcomes and outputs specifically to their needs. So the 4 focus areas for the initiative are, as I've mentioned, baselines and beyond, risk and resilience, sense and sensibility, grassroots and green shoots. The activities that have been undertaken are actually developing and working action learning groups for engagement. So in terms of the grassroots and green shoots, and recruit a team and deploy a core team to actually meet the needs. In terms of sense and sensibilities, then the development of an accredited training program for extension specialists and delivery of training for a minimum of 40 extension specialists over the next 2 to 3 years. From a risk and resilience point of view, action research to address alignment between producer and financier needs and available climate information, development of tailored planning and reporting tools, and refined climate models. And in terms of baselines and beyond, the development of common methodologies, which we've heard about this morning, and then the deployment of those methodologies across agriculture so that we can actually have the generation of commodity and regional accounts. In terms of collaboration, we worked with a team of 70 different people from a whole range of organisations to develop this initiative. So the Future Drought Fund, Managing Climate Variability, Murray-Darling Basin Authority, universities and our state departments. We engaged and consulted with 190 producers and industry representatives. So we also worked very closely with representative organisations of the RDCs to ensure that we were meeting their needs. And as I've put in the last dot point, we must continue to collaborate broadly and continuously work with primary producers and the supply chain to achieve the outcomes that we're looking for. So where to from here? So the aim of this was to transition the climate initiative to Agriculture Innovation Australia. And so we're currently in the process of doing that. We have these 4 clear investables for the RDCs to execute to demonstrate both collaboration and co-investment. We have both the innovation and governance frameworks sitting behind the initiative to assist AIA in doing that. And we also have a further pipeline of ideas originating from the roadmap and further work from the teams. And so, thank you. I'm very happy to take questions. Thanks, Wendy.
Thanks very much, Ian. That was really good. I'm afraid I missed a bit of the middle of it. My system went mute all of a sudden, complete silence. So I had to log in again. But look, thank you. That was really helpful. Look, as you know, probably better than anybody, right now there are a number of initiatives in the climate area. There's the climate services, $10 million on climate services that the Future Drought Fund is commissioning and setting up. There's the Resilience Australia, the new organisation that's coming out of the bushfires Royal Commission, which is going to deal with climate information for emergency services and other groups, I guess. So how does what you're doing fit with that? And of course the ongoing, I mean, stuff that the BOM and CSIRO put out. So where does it all, how does it all fit together?
Yeah. Look, and it's a great question, Wendy. Obviously, this is one of the things that we considered quite extensively when we were developing the initiative, that we didn't want to duplicate what others were already doing. So we specifically targeted to assist and facilitate working with, rather than duplicating those efforts that are actually already being undertaken. So if I think about Blake's presentation around how does, what's the aim of the Future Drought Fund in terms of the research and adoption program, then we actually had the Future Drought Fund people working with us in development of this, so that RDCs would then become key components of the research and adoption framework, and actually directly contributing into that, rather than us setting off on a framework and then actually having the Future Drought Fund also then trying to set up their own.
Okay, no, that sounds good. Now, one of the questions from the Q&A.
Welcome everyone to session 5, which we have called Rapid Updates. The idea of this session is to share a whole lot of information with you from a number of organisations about other activities going on in the climate change and emissions reduction space. It's pretty ambitious. We've got 9 people who are going to give you brief updates. They've all been given a maximum of 8 minutes to talk. So Sharon Harvey is going to try and keep everyone to time. Please put your questions in the Q&A. If there's time at the end of the session, we will deal with them there. If you don't get to ask a question, please email me at the CRSPI Secretariat. You'll find the email address on the CRSPI website, and we can follow up on any questions that you have with the speakers. So with that introduction, I'd like to introduce to you Sharon Harvey, who is chairing this session for us. She is a molecular geneticist by trade and has been at Wine Australia for 5 years as R&D Program Manager. She is responsible for projects in the climate adaptation and mitigation space and engages with organisations like CRSPI on behalf of the grape and wine sector. So over to you, Sharon, and good luck.
Thanks so much for the introduction, Anwen. I'm really pleased to be here chairing this session, and thanks for joining us. I hope you've settled in with a glass of wine with your lunch. Oh, maybe not. That could spice the questions up considerably, however. So as Anwen said, I'm a R&D Program Manager at Wine Australia. Wine Australia is essentially the research and development corporation for grapes and wine here in Australia, and we also have additional roles in regulatory and marketing functions that the other RDCs don't necessarily have. We have very active programs in climate adaptation and mitigation. Our growers and winemakers have been dealing with the impacts of climate change for quite a while now, and there's had to be a number of adaptation measures put in place to combat the effects on grape growing and also on our end product, the wine itself. So we've conducted a large number of projects, both in stepwise adaptive change and also transformational change, and you'll hear about one of those projects, which is the Climate Atlas, later on this afternoon. But anyway, that's enough from me. We've got a big session to get through, so let's settle in and see how we go. Hopefully we'll have some time for question and answer session at the end. So as Anne said, please type your questions into the Q&A section at the bottom of your screen, and hopefully we'll get to that at the end. Might depend on how well the session is chaired, so we should probably keep our expectations low on that. Anyway, I'll introduce our first speaker for this afternoon's session, who is Gemma Wyburn from Australian Pork Limited. She's responsible for managing environmental sustainability research. Gemma's fairly new to the CRSPI scene, so welcome, Gemma, and hopefully we'll get to meet in person one day. But in the meantime, I will hand over to you to update us on activities going on at Australian Pork Limited.
Thanks, Sharon. Share that. Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to provide you guys some info on Australian Pork's zero waste strategy that we're currently developing. So for those of you who might not be familiar with Australian Pork, we are a progressive pork organisation. We do marketing, policy and research and development on behalf of the industry. And our goal is to sustainably add $1 billion to farm gate value by 2025. It's a pretty big goal, but we're starting from a very strong base. We've already added about $2 billion to the value of pork since 2012, as well as increased consumption, all while reducing our environmental impact. Since 1980, we have reduced greenhouse gas emissions by 69% and our water usage by 80%. So we're already starting from a very strong base. We're in the first year of our strategic plan, which is centred around 5 key themes, one of which is leading community social licence. This theme covers areas of biosecurity, welfare, human nutrition, and environmental stewardship. As you can see, this incorporates all aspects of sustainability, what we call the 4 Ps of people, pigs, planet, and prosperity. We have 2 major goals in this space, one of which is to create a zero waste industry by 2025. So what does zero waste mean? At the moment, we're focusing on the farm. So we're looking at reducing the amount of waste we produce or using it more effectively, as well as options to take in waste from others to help generate a circular economy. We do acknowledge that this can go beyond the farm though, through utilising things such as the whole pig and reducing the impact of plastics, both on farm and through packaging. We recently had one of our larger farms, Riverlea, was acknowledged at the APCO conference in plastics for their innovative packaging design, which won them a prestigious award. Talking about how we might get to zero waste. One of our key areas is pig power. So currently about 16% of Australia's pig industry relies on biogas to generate power. This is done by capturing the methane that is generated from effluent ponds and capturing it in a cover and combusting it to generate electricity. Others in industry are using other renewables such as solar to generate energy for pumps and other options. If we capture the methane and burn it, we can generate enough power to to support the whole farming system, reducing a $35,000 power bill to effectively zero. Furthermore, if we capture the combustion gases that are generated in this process, we can use them to heat water, which is about 77% of our energy costs, which we use to keep our piglets warm. Looking to the future, the pig industry will play a role with these technologies to generate power in regional areas. Currently, however, the amount of industry that this is applicable to tends towards the largest scale, with those with 1,000 sows or more finding it very economical to put in systems such as biogas, while it's not so economically feasible for the smaller people. We recently conducted a study that showed that for a 535 sow farm, so a medium-sized farm, the payback period for a biogas system is about 6 years. But this is without taking into account the new options available for finance and generating carbon credits. With the increases in technology and the reducing of costs, we believe that this is a very strong option for the industry to take further. We just need to find out ways to make this more viable and drive the uptake through adoption. Speaking of manure, we can also utilise this in other ways. Currently, we can use spent bedding and effluent to fertilise crops to grow feed for our pigs. Taking this one step further, we can take this manure and value add by utilising technologies such as black soldier flies to create higher quality soil improvers that could be used in higher value crops such as lettuce for horticulture. We also have very innovative piggeries who are already converting other wastes into feed. Here, Aura Piggery in Victoria takes in dairy waste such as whey, off-spec product, and food manufacturing waste such as bread and pasta, and mix this to create a pig feed for their pigs. This opportunity is currently not well utilised by the industry, largely because of lack of awareness and some regulatory restrictions. There is an opportunity here for pigs to take a leading role in driving a circular economy to reduce reliance on traditional feed sources. We feel it's very important to let people know about these opportunities and to work with government to reduce regulation and bring together industries so that we can create a strong opportunity for all sectors. So what are we doing now? We're currently developing an industry-wide zero waste roadmap. So taking these technologies that we're already aware of, as well as looking for other options and providing a blueprint for all of industry to be involved towards zero waste. This means options for conventional piggeries, free-range piggeries, large and small. We're also developing the Australian Pork Sustainability Framework, which will be released at the end of the financial year. This framework will allow us to track our achievements in this space, such as improving our carbon emissions, reducing our waste, and reducing our impacts overall across our 4 key areas of sustainability. And finally, we want to share our story. We believe we have a very strong story in pork, and these opportunities are only just scratching the surface of what we can do in a broader agricultural framework. And we think it's a story worth telling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gemma. It was really interesting to hear your story about waste management in pork. And we have a new strategic plan also, and it has KPIs around waste management with certain goals that we want to meet. And I think it's a vital cog in that sustainability story. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. Next up, we have Byron de Kock, who is at Horticulture Innovation Australia. He's been there since 2012 and has recently taken on a leadership role in the R&D team. He also has his own farming enterprise in Gippsland, Victoria, so he's clearly a chronic overachiever. Welcome, Byron. He's going to give us an update of activities at Hort Innovation Australia. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Sharon. And I probably should specify that we don't have that farming enterprise. We sold it about 10 years ago. But yeah, I appreciate the description of me being an overachiever, because I've never thought of myself that way. Anyway, let's share our screen and talk about Hort Innovation and what we're about. So can you see that okay, Sharon?
It's all good, Byron.
Great, thank you. So essentially, giving you an overview of horticulture in general, I just wanted to highlight, and I hope everybody can see my mouse as it scrolls around, what horticulture is from a production point of view, from a gross value of production point of view. So essentially, at ending June 2020, our gross value of production was 15 billion, 6 billion tonne of production. And then you can see our supply chain map here. 59% of our production goes into fresh supply, 13% into fresh export, and then 28% into processing. We're everywhere. So this is just a map of our vegetable production region across 5,400 businesses. So horticulture is everywhere. In Australia, I should say. So we've got a national footprint when it comes to our production regions, and we could obviously overlay all the other production streams there. Who we are, just for any that don't know, but I presume most of our audience know, we're the Federal Research and Development Corporation for Horticulture. So we exist by a deed of agreement with the Commonwealth, and then we divide our levy, investment pool rather, I should say, across two parameters. One is our traditional levy investment, strategic levy. We invest the levy for the growers that pay the levy in their sphere of production. And then in Hort Frontiers, we strive for co-investment with partners, and we strive to look at blue sky investments in that space. Essentially, when it comes to our climate-related initiatives, I'll go very quickly on these, but essentially the cross-sector climate-related initiatives we're active in is we're proudly a CRSPI partner again. We're keen to pursue participation on the carbon methods for greenhouse gas accounting project that CSIRO is initiating, and we'll hear about later in the forum. We're also a potential partner if it gets supported by the Commonwealth of the One Basin CRC. Our key production regions in the Murray-Darling Basin account for about 45 to 50% of our production. So we're keen to be involved in that CRC and looking at managing water shortfalls. We've also participated on the RDC's climate initiative that Ian spoke of earlier. We're a member of the Australian Soil Network, inclusive of the National Soil Strategy being developed under DOR. We're also involved with the National Primary Industries Water Use in Agriculture RD&E strategy and More Profit for Nitrogen project, which is cross-sector. So that's a mouthful, but the thing I want to demonstrate is not only does Hort Innovation operate across 37 commodity groups from apple and pear all the way to vegetables and even non-edible horticulture, but we're also active in these cross-sector initiatives as well. So then just to focus on what we're doing for our commodities that we represent, the basket, as I mentioned, is 37 of them. Our research program is valued at about 4 to 5, I should say, 0.4, I've made a typo there. It's not 4 billion, but it's 0.4 to 0.5 billion at any one time, life of projects. We generally have under our management about 350 research projects. The climate-related projects that we have going fall into these categories: urban greening, so non-edible horticulture. I'll speak of one case study in a moment. Understanding and managing the impacts of climate change per industry, so risk mitigation projects, natural disaster risk mitigation and recovery plans we develop if an industry tells us that's a priority for them. We look at water and nutrient use efficiency projects, regenerative horticulture, I'm being bold to say. I'll show you an example of cover cropping. We have a sustainability framework that we've developed. I'll show you that in a moment. And then protected cropping, we also put into the climate-related RD&E, high-tech, medium-tech and low-tech protected cropping are all projects that we'll potentially have in our research program. So just thinking about our highlights reel, and we can't touch on everything today, so I better keep going, otherwise I'll be in big trouble with time. But essentially looking at the highlights reel, the first thing we've been active in developing is a sustainability framework. Please don't take a photo of this and share it because we're still in the industry consultation phase. We need to get a buy-in and adoption from industry, but here's our 4 pillars: nourish and nurture, people and enterprises, planet and resources, obviously under that water, landscapes, climate, energy, biosecurity, and less waste, which also feeds our climate theme we're talking about today. So that's our framework. I won't dwell on these in detail, but obviously there are goals and then indicators that we're looking at. Climate risk is one of those. Reduction of urban heat island effect, carbon sequestration under this one too. So happy to share more of this at a later time. Just looking at some of the things we do, we've dissected trees. I call this Hort CSI, essentially to track the nutrient use efficiency, and doing that with our research partners. Northern Territory DPI and TIER have been one of those fundamental partners in this space. We've obviously confirmed that, well, not obviously, the finding is that native nitrogen, so nitrogen from sources other than fertilizer, you can see in these curves, is found in most parts of the tree and less so the applied nitrogen through fertilizer. So we're finding that very likely our producers are applying far too much nitrogen, and it's not really being used by the trees, the plants, the crop in the way that we anticipate. So there's an extension piece there to share those learnings with growers and achieve that nutrient use efficiency in their production system, and that absolutely benefits the climate. Thinking about non-edible horticulture, obviously one of our key projects is the urban areas and future-proofing urban greening. So what we've done in partnership with Macquarie and Western Sydney University is produced bioclimatic modelling for known species. I've put 176 there in the slide to help us see what will these species and varieties survive under a 2030, 2050, 2070 climate change scenario. Will they be lost? Will they be stable, or will they be gained? So we hope to produce a grower-facing resource here that will allow land managers to plug in a particular species they're aiming at planting in a particular urban environment, and then away they go. They can see whether that's going to survive under a 2070 climate change scenario. So future-proofing the urban planting palette under a 2070 climate change scenario. And lastly, I'm probably not going to have enough time to develop this well, but here's a gum tree. I'm sure you're all familiar with gum tree or marketplace. This was just an analogy we used to help our growers appreciate an incredible revolution in production systems in vegetable growing. And that is, could you imagine a time when you could buy a tractor or one of these implements that normally would cost $50,000, $100,000 for $2 on marketplace, and we'd need to advise our marketplace constituents that don't buy it because there's no need to use it. So that was just to really spur the thinking that can we crop and produce in a novel way using cover cropping. So one of our leading vegetable growers said to us, the advancements in cover cropping have been the most advanced single change to farming I've seen in 30 years. It's an absolute game changer. Now, I've got a video to play, but I won't have time to do it, so I'll respect our time limits because I think I'm close to time. Essentially, what we've strived to show our vegetable growers is that cover crops, and you probably can't read this table, but can do so much for the soil. It can also reduce emissions because less passes of the tractor as you get protection from the cover crop from erosion. The improvement to the soil is phenomenal, but they do other things, suppress weeds, pre-emergent weed control. We've demonstrated to growers. So really the message I wanted to get in this sphere was that, and I had a video to show you, our growers are adopting this. So it's really been an exercise in demonstrating the science so that growers can adopt this revolution of cover cropping in their production systems, increases soil carbon, all the things we're talking about in the forum. So I know I'm grossed out of time, so I'll just say thank you and hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Byron. And I'm more than happy for you to continue to wear the mantle of primary producer. Apologies for that. Really lovely overview of what Horticulture Innovation Australia does, and in particular your activities in climate and emissions. And you know, again, there's synergies to be identified there with cover crops, and great to hear about your activities in urban plantings as well, which is something that, you know, everyone can see every day. Fantastic. Thank you so much. Now we will move on to one of our state government representatives, or members, I guess, of CRSPI. So now we're joined by Jason Crean, who is the Director of Climate R&D in the Agricultural Branch of New South Wales Department of Primary Industries, or DPI. Jason manages DPI's Climate Group, which works on statewide seasonal conditions reporting, climate adaptation and mitigation options in primary industries, as well as digital agriculture. And he is going to give us an update on the New South Wales DPI climate change strategy. So I will hand over to Jason. We can't hear you as yet, Jason.
I think you're on mute, Jason.
We can see your screen.
Sorry about that. I'll try to share. Is my screen being shared or not?
Not as yet. We can hear you, but we've lost your screen.
Right, okay, yeah.
All good.
We did have it before, Jason, so whatever you were doing before was okay. We
Right.
didn't have the sound, so.
Okay, so I hope you've got that now.
That's coming up now, perfect.
Great, sorry about that. User error on my end, I'm afraid. Thanks, Sharon, and thanks to CRSPI for the opportunity to speak. So I just want to quickly cover, like DPI undertakes a whole range of different R&D across primary industries, really working to try to increase the value and sustainability of primary industries. We've got a fairly large client program, but I'm today just really going to provide a little bit of an update on DPI's climate change research strategy. So this is funded through the New South Wales government to $29.2 million. It's funded through the New South Wales Climate Change Fund. There's sort of really three main areas with that. Energy is obviously a big sort of focus at the moment, and has been for a while, with sort of rising energy costs, and also the challenge around reducing emissions as well. So search for clean energy solutions. Carbon opportunities. So in that space, we're really looking at ways of actually reducing our emissions or sequestering carbon, and then also try and actually ease access to carbon markets for farmers. And the third one, I guess, is that sort of additional piece, really looking at sort of climate resilience. We've got a couple of major projects in that area. That's a fairly major component of the overall strategy. So in terms of the energy theme, so a couple of main projects there. So the clean energy solutions is really looking at the more innovative end and some of the clean energy options to support primary producers, particularly in the intensive sectors. The energy efficiency solutions area, that's looking at some of the more energy intensive farms, looking at ways of reducing costs and improving energy efficiency. And the third area is really around sort of biomass for bioenergy. So looking at opportunities there to convert biomass into energy and supplying that on the grid. We've actually currently got a pilot at the moment. We're supporting a number of different pilots across New South Wales looking at reducing emissions and improving on-farm energy efficiency. They're going across sectors like dairy, horticulture and feedlots. They're underway at the moment. In the carbon opportunities theme, as I mentioned, so yeah, this is really at a New South Wales level, looking at ways of reducing our emissions out of agriculture and out of primary industries and sequestering carbon. The other one is trying to really address some of the big impediments that have been sitting there, which have been stopping farmers and agriculture industry accessing carbon markets. Those two projects have been informing a fairly major chunk of work that's just currently being scoped jointly with our environmental colleagues in the Department of Planning, Industry and Environment, called the Primary Industries Productivity and Abatement Program. Picking up both, there's an important productivity issue here, but there's also an opportunity for abatement. And this is all under really the net zero plan. Like all other states, New South Wales has got a net zero plan, and they're really looking at what contribution can primary industries make to that plan. The last theme is the climate resilience theme. So it's sort of $14 million. It's a fairly major part of the strategy. It's two big projects. One's a vulnerability assessment. So with the vulnerability assessment, that's really trying to inform sort of government and industry around some of the vulnerabilities of our key primary industry sectors. And the second one there is climate smart pilots. So climate smart pilots includes two things. One, really looking at the role of sort of digital technologies in basically being able to better manage variability as a long-term response to climate change, but then also funding some of the more, or monitoring of some of the more novel adaptation options that farmers have actually adopted as well. So briefly on each of those, with the vulnerability assessment, the challenge we've got, there's been obviously a lot of work that's been done on the impacts of climate change across different industries. The main problem we've got is that it's really hard to actually unpack it all. Different studies, you've got different base cases, different future periods, different GCMs, different downscaling, different locations, different modelling approaches. So when you try to unpack all that as to what it means, it's really actually difficult. So we've got a project that tries to look at this at a much higher level, a more aggregated level. We've got a range of nodes, extensive livestock, dryland cropping, irrigated cropping, horticulture and viticulture and fisheries. And we're also overlaying with that biosecurity and drought. So looking at how biosecurity risks are going to change under climate change and how the frequency, severity or duration of drought might change under climate change. We followed a very sort of traditional model here that we look at exposure. So exposure is really what's happening with the temperature or rainfall variables or heat waves. The sensitivity bit is how sensitive are each of those particular nodes to that exposure. That gives us a first round assessment, I guess, of what that impact looks like. And then we look at what are some of the adaptation options, and that gives us an overall sense of the vulnerability of primary industries. So that's that project. The last one that I'll briefly mention, I hope I'm not going too bad on time, is the Climate Smart Pilots project. So AFI a number of years ago looked at the role of digital agriculture and potentially the benefits if digital technologies were adopted more broadly. We're sort of looking at that digital technologies, but in the context of actually how does digital technologies and sensors allow you to better monitor on-ground conditions almost in real time and make better decisions about your production. So we've got a number of technology pilots. We're covering different sectors, including sort of livestock, horticulture and fisheries. So livestock, it's around monitoring watering points, around monitoring pastures, changes in pasture condition and quality. Horticulture, it's around in situ sensors, canopy sensors, about temperature, humidity, which is quite different to what you're obviously going to get from your local bureau site. And fisheries, looking at changes in water quality and changes in temperature and how that information can be used for oyster farmers to basically to lower and raise their baskets. So that's the technology pilots. As in addition to that, we're actually looking at monitoring some on-ground adaptation options that farmers have actually implemented themselves and really getting a better sense of how they've actually performed over time. So we're really targeting the more innovative end of the scale there. So that's a really quick snapshot, Sharon, of some of the work that's underway under the climate change research strategy. We're about halfway through the strategy at the moment. We're doing quite a bit of engagement right now with industries, particularly around the vulnerability assessment and a range of on-ground pilots that we're actively working with farmers on. You know, we're trying not to be just observers of problems here. We're trying to actually really develop some solutions, you know, things that can actually help us to adapt to climate change in the future, and in some cases actually tackle some of the opportunities as well. So I'll leave it there and hand back to you. Thanks, Sharon.
Thanks so much for that, Jason. It's really fantastic to hear about the great initiatives that is happening at state level, and I think it's easy for the RDCs to sort of lose sight of that. And I guess that's one of the strengths of CRSPI is having us all in the same room. And I've made a couple of notes there to contact you later about a couple of the things you're doing. So thank you so much for that summary. Fantastic. Now, if we have Chantelle ready to go, we will move on to her. There she is. Welcome. Chantelle Jackson is the Director of Agricultural Innovation and Productivity Section in the Agricultural Policy Division of the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, hitherto known as DOR. Chantelle has over 10 years' experience in policy development across numerous Commonwealth departments, including in both agriculture and environmental portfolios. So I'll now hand over to Chantelle to tell us what's going on in the corridors of DOR. Thanks, Chantelle.
Thanks so much, Sharon. Can I just check that you can see the slide deck?
Yes, all good. And we can hear you. Happy days.
Excellent. That's great to hear. Well, thanks so much for having me. I'm just going to give you an overview of what's happening in the National Agricultural Innovation Agenda. I'll start very briefly and whip through it on the case for change, because I think everybody in this room or virtually kind of know where we're at, in that the agricultural productivity is slowing, and it has been since the 1990s. And as the Treasurer mentioned recently, the country's productivity growth is also slowing, having dropped from about 1.5% of GDP to 1.1% over the last 5 years. In the agricultural space, we are challenged because a lot of the barriers to growing agricultural productivity have already been addressed. We've gone through deregulation, we've reduced tariff barriers. We are already investing strongly in R&D and in infrastructure. So improving productivity growth from where we are now is going to be harder than it has been in the past. The Minister and the Minister Littleproud and the government is really focused on our agricultural R&D investments, delivering benefits to the producers so that they can jump ahead from our global competitors. And a key way of doing that is to drive and increase the collaboration in the system so that those benefits and productivity and profitability can be delivered to the farm gate, and importantly to the taxpayer as well. One of the key ways is looking at providing producers with the tools to make sure that they have really accurate information on their farms that can inform their forecasting and their risk assessment. Providing them access to cutting edge tools will support their farm businesses' operational efficiency and financial sustainability. And of course, all of this is being done in the operating context at the moment of COVID. You know, we need to really leverage from the opportunities that has provided, and a key one, I think, is the digital space, where we see so many more businesses accessing digital tools to support their operations. The Australian government, as I think everyone here will know, of the sector's very ambitious target to reach 100 billion by 2030, and the Australian government is supporting the sector to do that. The government's plan, Delivering Ag 2030, was released in October last year, and it sets out 7 key areas for action. That's in the bottom right of the slide. Those being trade and exports, biosecurity, stewardship, supply chains, water infrastructure, innovation and research, and human capital. The government's very focused on areas where it can make meaningful change that can be leveraged by industry, that will drive job creation, and economic growth, while also supporting recovery from drought, bushfires, COVID-19, and of course floods at the moment. Innovation, the National Agricultural Innovation Agenda, is a key part of the government's plan to support the sector in its delivering Ag 2030 goal. The National Agricultural Innovation Agenda was announced by Minister Littleproud last year, and it builds on the findings of the 2019 Ernst & Young Agricultural Innovation and National Approach to Grow Australia's Future, and also the submissions that we heard in a process that was done on the modernising the RDC system in 2020. As part of the National Agricultural Innovation Agenda, the government is looking to show leadership through releasing a National Agricultural Innovation Policy Statement, which will include a small number of mission-oriented agricultural innovation priorities to focus efforts and investment across the sector, as well as the digital foundations for agriculture strategy. The agenda is also considering ways to scale up agricultural innovation hubs as a key way of improving collaboration between the researchers in the system and producers on the ground and all of the other participants, businesses, investors, technology developers, etc. We're also working with the RDCs to see on a range of different things actually, but in the more immediate term, the launch of GrowAg, which is a platform that's been developed to help improve visibility and access to the technologies that are available for commercialisation. A number of these deliverables as part of the agenda are being worked up and considered by government at the moment, but of particular relevance to this forum, we do expect that one of the national new missions will be on the climate resilience space, but that is being considered by government and will be announced once it's through that process. Some of the things that are underway and have been announced, since last year is the new Agricultural Innovation Australia. The government is providing $1.3 million to support AIA's efforts to drive a new cross-industry approach to agricultural innovation. For the first time, this new entity brings together all of the RDCs and invites other interested parties outside the RDC system to work together to identify, develop and invest in strategies and in research that will address shared challenges and opportunities. And that's really about delivering transformational outcomes for the sector on areas of national importance, and climate change is a key example of that. Other type of areas that we are interested in AIA considering, and they are considering, is in digital agriculture and the data space. AIA is a key element of the government's agricultural innovation agenda, and really focused on improving the impact of funding and investment across the system, and seeing that greater focus on cross-sectoral and transformative R&D. Another key aspect of the agenda is the Future Drought Fund hubs, and I think you would have heard from the Future Drought Fund people earlier this morning, so I'll just do a very quick overview of that. The Minister Littleproud announced last year that the government's providing $86 million to establish 8 drought resilience adoption and innovation hubs. These are key to building innovation capacity and culture across the sector, and they will provide opportunities, particularly in our regional locations, for producers and researchers to co-design, to innovate, to test solutions, and really drive the uptake of innovation outcomes and commercialisation. Under the National Innovation Agenda, we will be looking to build on the drought resilience focus of these hubs, so that we have settings across a broad innovation system to support collaboration and innovation uptake. And the last thing that's on this slide is reference to the RDC Climate Initiative, which is a body of work where the RDCs are collaborating to deliver a climate resilience investment strategy to identify where research is and investment is best placed to support the sector to deal with the pressures from the variable and changing climate. It's focused on the best ideas for investment to deliver the most desirable and technically feasible and economically viable improvements. And it's an opportunity for the entire sector to share the rewards of targeted and coordinated research and innovation efforts. The initiative complements the other actions taken by industry, by markets, by governments and consumers. And just finally, what success looks like. It's a system that is collaborative, that's connected, that's dynamic, that's putting investment and delivering, significant impact on the outcomes of its R&D, so that producers are seeing a drive in their productivity and in their profitability. It's one of the, as I mentioned, it's one of the 7 themes of the government's plan to support the sector in its goal to reach $100 billion by 2030. And doing that, we recognise that access to technology will support producers to increase their productivity and competitiveness and drive their sustainability and resilience. And I think I might have whipped through that very quickly, but I am done.
All good. Thank you very much, Chantelle. Great to see a range of initiatives that are supporting the agricultural sector, and it's always nice to know where the department's heading with all these things. So thank you so much for that overview. And don't forget to keep your questions coming in, everyone, to the Q&A tab at the bottom of your screen, and hopefully we'll have a chance to address those at the end. Now, I'm very sorry, but I went slightly off-piste there, and well done to Russell and Chantelle for not looking too startled. We'll now go to Russell, where we should have gone before. I'm very sorry, just making sure you're all awake. So Russell, I've worked with Russell for a few years now. He's the director of his own consultancy company, Miracle Dog, and has been working in agribusiness for over 30 years across a range of commodities, and also, hopefully still, operates his own beef cattle property in central Victoria. Today, he wears many hats, but today he's speaking to us as the National Coordinator for both the Managing Climate Variability Program and the Forewarned is Forearmed Rural R&D for Profit Program. So I'll hand over to Russell to summarise those cross-sectoral initiatives. Thanks, Russell.
Thanks very much, Sharon. Thanks, everybody. Thank you particularly to CRSPI for the opportunity to speak at this this forum. There's been a lot of discussion today and yesterday about some really fabulous new initiatives, including, as Chantelle and Ian Taylor before lunch, the Climate Initiative. I just wanted to, whoops, don't tell me. I just wanted to give a quick thumbnail sketch of the Managing Climate Variability, which has been around for over 25 years and is a perfect example of the collaboration between agricultural sectors, and also an offshoot of the the Forewarned is Forearmed program. MCV started out as the CVAP program in 1992. Managing Climate Variability then started in 2005. Sorry, it's on timing. And through to 2021. The current phase finishes shortly. The whole purpose of it was to help primary producers and advisors better manage, my apologies, the risks and exploit the opportunities resulting from Australia's variable climate. Current sponsors are MLA, Grains, Sugar, Cotton and Agri-Futures, as well as Dairy Australia and the Bureau. It's got several components in the MCV program. There's R&D, and we'll talk about the Forewarned is Forearmed in a minute. There's the summer rainfall program that's, research that's just completed. isn't that annoying? My apologies, that we've done with CSIRO. There's also some market research going on the use of seasonal climate forecasts. There's also a component of understanding climate drivers, and the Climate Kelpie website, which you'll see there, is an example of that. And also just the climate dogs to help, in layman's terms, understand what are some of the drivers of our climate and weather. And then there's the extension of that information through things such as Climate Kelpie News. The Climate Kelpie website is where it's a one-stop shop for all climate information that people are very keen to and often use. There's the climate dogs, which describe in layman's terms, what does ENSO mean? What's the Indian Ocean dipole? What's the southern angular mode, etc. So what are these key drivers? There's the Climate Kelpie News, which is every 3 months we send out 4 articles, and it goes to about 20,000 farmers around Australia to keep them informed of the information. Then there's the Climate app, or the Climate app, I should say. It's got about 20,000 registrations. We have about 2,000 sessions per month on that. And it tells at a local level, my apologies, at a local level, how often particular rainfall events, for example, or temperature events have happened in the past. And business consultants and farmers find it extremely useful. MCV concludes on June 2021, and we're now in the process of just looking at what the next phase might be. My apologies. A review's commenced. Several options are on the table, but as we've heard, the whole climate area is a really exciting space at the moment. So we're taking into consideration and talking with groups such as the Future Drought Fund and AIA and the Climate Initiative. How do we transfer and transform from one to the next? One of the key investments for managing climate variability over the last few years has been Forewarned is Forearmed program. Now, this is part of the Commonwealth Government Rural R&D for Profit program, and hats off to the government for their investment in this particular area. They're putting in about $6 million in cash. It's an extremely collaborative program. There's 8 RDCs. This is going to go ahead in a minute, and I'll go back, sorry. There's 8 rural research and development corporations. There's the Bureau of Meteorology. There's 3 universities. There's 3 state departments. And there's a heap of farmers that are involved in what we call our industry reference groups around the country. Now, the objective of the Forewarned is Forearmed is to equip Australian primary producers and indeed the value chain to foresee, so what's over the horizon, and then proactively manage the impacts of extreme climate events. As you know, these extreme climate events can really be the game changers, not the incremental ones, but the extreme events. So extended periods of hot, extended periods of cold, extended wet, extended dry, and the incidence of frost. Overall, in cash and in kind, this is a $14 million program that operates over 5 years. Just in a little bit more detail, and apologies, this looks a bit complicated, but again, if you can see my cursor, the Australian government, hats off, a great investment into this particular area through their Rural R&D for Profit program. Project management is operated by Meat and Livestock Australia. Over here on the right-hand side, you can see the cash contributors, Meat and Livestock Australia, pork, agri-futures, grains, dairy, sugar, and cotton, as well as Wine Australia, of course. And then we've got the University of Southern Queensland, University of Melbourne, and also Monash University, and of course the Bureau of Meteorology. There's 4 work packages involved. Work package 1 and 2 is understanding user needs, and then trying to identify, what are some of the limitations of these extreme event forecasts. And an example, some of you might recall, a sudden warming over the stratosphere above Antarctica in late 2019, which was a bit of a precursor to those very hot and dangerous fire conditions that hit the eastern seaboard of Australia in late 2019 and early 2020. Work package 2 is where we actually develop some of the new products, and a plug later on today, listening to Debbie Hudson from the Bureau talk about some of the new products that are going to be seen on the Bureau's website as a result of this program. That work is being done in conjunction with Monash University, particularly on identifying where are some of the limitations. Work packages 3 and 4 is the development and extension side of it. So University of Melbourne is running the dairy and southern red meat component. University of Southern Queensland is running the northern red meat and sugar component. SARDI is running the grape and grain, and wine component of it. And then we've got the Birchip Cropping Group, or BCG as it's now known, apologies, and also the Victorian State Department running extension components within it. So in brief, what are we trying to do here? What are the outputs and outcomes? You'll see a couple of examples on the right-hand side of some new products that will be coming forward, as I mentioned on the website very soon. We first of all better understand what farmers' needs are in terms of these extreme events. We also want to better understand some of the drivers and some of the forecast limitations so we can improve our forecasts going forward. There will be 5 new forecast products on the Bureau website. The first of those starting from around mid-2021. And we'll also develop up a number of risk management products, I beg your pardon, for extreme events. And I just put a flag up to keep an ear out for a thing called a rapid climate decision analysis that SARDI, Peter Heyman and Barry Mudge have been developing. And just again, a final plug, there will be the exposure of some of these new forecast products by Debbie Hudson of the Bureau in the session later on today. Sharon, that's all I've got. Thank you very much. And my apologies to everybody for somehow a gremlin getting in and going onto timing for my presentation.
That's all good, Russell. Thank you very much. You managed that well and managed to talk very quickly the whole time.
Yeah, I know, I'm sorry.
That's fine. Life is full of these little challenges. It was all good. And 2 great examples there of cross-sectoral initiatives where different sectors can address common pain points in conjunction with state departments and various research delivery arms. So yeah, fantastic. And one of them has been going for a long time too. And I imagine climate project like that was quite a leap at the time of its inception. Thanks so much for that, Russell. Okay, moving on. Next up we have Oscar Pearce from the National Farmers Federation. He is a project manager for NFF and manages his family's cropping operation near Moree in northwest New South Wales, or at least that's what my little bit of internet stalking told me. I believe he is going to tell us about some funding which has become available to the NFF under DAW's Agriculture Stewardship Package. So I'll hand over to you now, Oscar.
Thank you very much, Sharon. And yeah, I have to confess I am wearing gumboots at the moment. We're in the middle of a flood cleanup. 1 in 20-year flood event's just gone through Moree. So can I confirm that we can see share screening occurring?
Yes, we can. All good. We can see and hear you also.
Wonderful. Okay, so the Australian Agricultural Sustainability Framework is a new project which, as you mentioned, was funded as part of the Commonwealth's recent 2019 Agricultural Stewardship Package. Essentially, NFF took this work on because of its close fit with our $100 billion target, the 2030 roadmap, and our Pillar 2, the growing sustainability. And it'd be fair to say that while we are working well on target towards some of those pillar objectives, that transitioning ecosystem services into farm gate income has been a challenge historically and going forward. But we see the AASF as a key opportunity to start fixing that. AFI were part of our phase 1 2020 discovery, pretty significant research and consultation activity. It's really strong in producer engagement. And while we initially took up the challenge to develop a biodiversity certification scheme, we realised that there were some fundamental and systemic issues that needed correcting. The problem with consultative-led processes is that when the consultation tells you to do something different, you're somewhat obliged to do that. So luckily, the Commonwealth has approved our new phase 2 direction. We're trying to develop a framework using 6 key work plan elements, some of which are already underway. And the intention is to work through for a 2022 pilot. What are we doing? Trying to create an inclusive framework, a meta standard essentially, that will standardise a whole range of emerging commercial activities and aspects of sustainability within Australian agriculture across a wide range of NRM regions, biological and ecological communities, and industries. This is very much a collaborative-led process, and we've got a really significant work plan in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th quarters of this year to bring a whole group of existing, quite divergent stakeholders, practitioners, systems, methodologies, programs that all are using their own unique frameworks, metrics, tools, and trying to bring it together, essentially trying to work in a collaborative way to standardise what and how sustainability is reported in Australian agriculture. We're going to be doing some pretty significant looking into the data needs, particularly the privacy issues, which was a huge concern of landholders, as well as the integrity and durability of the data, the use beyond individual commercial programs, a pretty wide communications, and I guess within our communications framework, we're looking at the great unwashed. It's very easy to consult with individuals who are engaged, who have worked with previous sustainability initiatives or systems, but there's a large number of farmers that we've identified who aren't engaged in this, who aren't working towards it. And the only way to get to $100 billion and some of those targets in our pillar is to ensure that we talk to the great unwashed, the vast majority of farmers that aren't commercialising sustainability indicators at the moment. Of course, the key thing is show us the money. The market analysis is critical to our work. So that'll be carried out by KPMG and looking at a whole range of individual ways that individual supply chains and producers can be remunerated. That will include ESG reporting, and it will include sustainability-linked financing, as well as, of course, the market access issues that a few speakers already have talked about that are increasingly important. Why are we here presenting that today at CRSPI? Well, one of those, if not one of the key ones, is going to be the carbon or emissions attributes of those products, as well as the land use management aspects that go with it. So the biodiversity contingent for emissions offsetting programs. Just want to, quickly, what is the potential here? KPMG, most of you would have seen that 2 years ago, released the Return on Nature report. Really strong recommendations there, identifying some of the potential financing options for sustainability and the reporting of sustainability by Australian farmers. At a global level, Financing Nature, produced by the TNC, has had a huge amount of interest in the investment community globally, and that interest is increasing as we go towards COP15 of the Convention on Biological Diversity, as well as, of course, COP26 for Paris. It's identified a huge gap, and there are still questions as to whether the financing mobilisation will be up to that task. But it is a huge opportunity for Australian agriculture, and we can get in with the right systems and ensure that farmers in Australia are able to capitalise on that. And farmers want to. Some surveying and some consultation we did last year really strongly identified everything that's in the green and the blue on that graph shows a positive indication of who they would like to talk to, who would they be happy reporting to. And there is a significant amount of producer interest in doing this if the remuneration is right and if the systems are set up right. However, I'll just let everyone read this for now, but the classic Dilbert cartoon really explains the status quo. And unfortunately, that's a trend that's continuing. Having systems which are divergent, having systems which are confusing, and having systems which don't operate together is creating major problems for producers. Aversion to picking up and participating in systems for a start, concerns about data use, concerns about privacy, concerns about regulatory creep. So we intend to design this framework in a way that solve most of those problems. And we hope that we can, instead of having what we have now, a series of individual transactions, that we can actually create a genuine marketplace for sustainability that Australian farmers can use, that they can report to requirements within supply chains or direct income streams, and that they can also use finance systems tools appropriately. And of course, to do that, you need to be able to have a like-for-like comparison. With any commodity, whether it's grain, cotton, beef, we have a standardised way of reporting the individual product attributes and the price points of those. We need to be able to do that for sustainability, and that includes our emissions aspects of that. If we can't do that, then farmers will simply not participate. We know. So our work plan, element 1, carried out by the AFI, is to actually develop the framework, and significant amounts of works are underway, and Katie and the rest of the team are pressing on well with that. KPMG are looking at the financial incentives and accounting framework systems so that we can ensure that we are lining this up to where the money is. I should say this is not about saving the planet. This is about creating and exploring and developing market opportunities. If there isn't money for a particular aspect or a clear commercial return for producers such as market access, then it won't be in our framework. The third part is an industry benchmarking program, which will be to take the existing tools and systems. Farmers do not want to replicate their existing reporting. They want to use the standards and systems that are already in place, and they need to be able to continue to do that. They already have commercial incentives for that. This should allow for that data, for the systems themselves to be enhanced in a way that allows it to have multiple uses, multiple purposes, and therefore multiple incomes for farmers. Element 4 is one that I hope many of the organisations that are here today will be able to participate in, bringing everyone together, herding cats and singing Kumbaya, we hope. Aligning those measures in framework to allow for adoption by individual systems. And we've got a really strong support from a diversity of interests. Food and Grocery Council, we've got a number of academic institutions that are doing work on sustainability, emissions reporting, and even natural capital. We've got really significant interest from the Commonwealth in terms of the Department of Foreign Affairs and the Ag Market Access units. We've got really strong interest from the banks, who are also seeing problems without some form of standardisation that allows for a larger potential producer base to be generated, as well as really good interest from existing industry programs. Element 5, talked about that earlier, going out to the Great Unwashed, communicating really well and understanding the real world on the ground attitudes, aversion factors for farmers, and therefore what needs to be fixed to increase their adoption rates. And element 6 will be essentially a summary document, which will lead to the design of our phase 3 trial pilots in 2022. It'll almost be a mini productivity commission style report. There's a number of tax issues which are problematic. There's a number of land valuation issues which are problematic when farmers consider either reporting or participating in discrete programs, and element 6 will be carried out to flesh those out and assess potential solutions. What's it all about really in the end? For farmers to mitigate these emerging issues, to reduce the cost of participation, the complexity, to improve market access, understanding new market opportunities, and looking at that alternative capital options. Also to diverse income streams. For anyone who's a Guardian listener, you would have heard a really good podcast interview from Murphy, Catherine Murphy, with Minister David Littleproud, talking about one of our sister programs under the stewardship package, the C+B program that ANU have developed, which is an excellent way for us to diversify as landholders, for farmers to diversify their incomes while still carrying out what the community wants us to do, and doing so at a commercially competitive rate. We think there's many ways to that, and we hope to explore as many as we can. But of course, the enhanced farm resilience, off-farm income, the ability to manage issues in terms of farm management and capital value, we think are going to be increasingly important. For agricultural supply chains, enhancing their procurement pathways, increasing the supply chain values and responding to those shifting consumer demands, as well as, of course, like for the farmers, making it more cost efficient. And the ability to use a framework without competing against individual brands was definitely something that was brought up by a number of domestic and international retailers. So this is a way that consumers can be satisfied that brand integrity is being enhanced without depleting the consumer views of that brand or the recognition of that brand. For markets, we think it's going to be really important as we see increasing ESG-linked reporting requirements and market access requirements, particularly into Europe, but that's a trend that's happening around the world. For consumers, to highlight these unique attributes of Australian produce in our farm systems. We have some outstanding biodiversity. As a sector, Australian agriculture has been incredible in its ability to reduce emissions intensity as well as its emissions total, as well as, of course, of all the sequestration that's carried out in LULUCF areas on farmlands. And yet there hasn't been that broad scale recognition. So we think this is a really important way for consumers to understand agriculture's positive impacts, as well as being able to contextualise that in a scientifically relevant way. And that will inform consumer purchasing patterns and allow for market forces to better be communicated from the consumer back to the farm gate. For government, fair to say that there's been a pretty poor track record in a number of government funded initiatives over the last really 2 to 3 decades in terms of being able to report outcomes discreetly on the ground and demonstrate a really strong ROI. There's no use asking for more funds for government to support landholders in sustainability projects on ground when you have a poor track record, as we do. We think this could be a really important solution for government-linked programs and systems. A standardised way of reporting outcomes will allow for government to have a better, more comparative way of looking at the investment return in terms of biodiversity, carbon or other aspects. And of course, all the other things that government does in terms of market access, really important to ensure that farmers can continue to supply some of those high value countries. We won't make a $100 billion target unless we are focusing on some of the value adding opportunities and the higher value markets. And we need systems like this to be able to continue to do so. So that's our program. NFF website has more details. If anyone has any programs, particularly linked to carbon or emission reporting on farms, we'd love to see you register your interest on our NFF webpage. Just Google NFF AASF. You'll be able to see a link to a SurveyMonkey page where you can fill in details about your program's attributes. And we'd love to see that data set of potential programs to bring into Element 3 and bring into the standardising process. As many of those as we can get, the better choice, the better opportunities for farmers. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Oscar. There is really a lot to explore there. I feel like my brain's going to explode. Of particular interest, I thought, was the how you're getting those sustainability indicators under one umbrella. I mean, we've got a fairly fledgling sustainability program in the wine sector, but we'd really like it to be able to speak to those national sustainability credentials. So, in thinking about everything together, will obviously help with that. And a few things you said around growers' concerns that we hear resonating through our sector, like concerns about how data is used and really impacting that bottom line to get people in, and also the confusopoly that you so beautifully used. You know, where do people start? We hear that a lot, and I really loved your great unwashed terminology as well. So thanks so much for that.
No problems. I should say, look, we know that this is an ambitious thing. We know it's going to require significantly more work after the end of our project for it to be a realised and fully formatted system. But this isn't the only attempt around the world, and it's not the only, we hope, successful attempt. So this is following a trend to try and, as any market matures, as any market needs that great level of confidence and that greater scientific rigour for investors, supply chains, we need a framework like this to maximise those opportunities, and it's doable. It's just going to be rather difficult to do it, but we think with time and with the clear value proposition for a whole bunch of supply chain and other stakeholders, that we can make it happen.
Yeah, fantastic. And you'll never know if you don't give it a crack, right?
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Oscar. Okay, now we're moving on to Stephen Bray, who has appeared on my screen, which is great. Stephen is Regional Manager for Beef and Sheep at the Queensland Department of Agriculture and Fisheries, to be hitherto known as QDAF. Stephen leads a team undertaking collaborative projects supporting improvements in sustainability, productivity and profitability of agricultural businesses, and his specific expertise lies in grazing land. So I'll hand over to Stephen for his update on climate change activities in Queensland. Thanks, Stephen.
Hey, thank you, Sharon. Can I just confirm you can hear me and see my screen?
Yes, all good.
Excellent. Okay, just to start with, in recent years, Queensland's been impacted by a large, climate variability, quite a few extreme events and ongoing climate change. And this is really impacting across Queensland and across industries, which is why the Queensland government and particularly the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries is very interested in this topic. A few of the key sort of events have been cyclones, we've had bushfires, had significant coral bleaching, which impacts fisheries and tourism. And there's also been significant flooding, and large parts of Queensland, as in much of Australia, have been suffering from ongoing drought conditions for many years. One of the key climate sort of impacts that really highlights to me the impact that climate can have on a region and an industry is the approximately 450,000 cattle were lost in the flooding up in northwest Queensland, and a lot of those cattle actually died due to wind chill. So climate variability, the top graph there is the rainfall anomaly over the last 100 or so years. And obviously the last 15 years has been significant drought conditions, but it's not actually that far out of the norm over the last 100 years. So supporting our landholders to manage that variability and maintain profitable businesses has always been a key driver of a lot of the work done by the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries and the previous Department of Prime Ministries. But apart from that rainfall variability, but there's no clear trends across many regions, the mean temperature of Queensland is showing a trajectory up. So that bottom graph is from the Bureau of Meteorology showing the temperature of Queensland trending upwards over the last 100 years. So Department of Agriculture has 4 functions, which I'll briefly talk about a few items of those this morning. There's policy development, program delivery, on-ground projects, and also information supply. So in the policy space, the Queensland government is committed to transitioning to a zero carbon economy. So that's driving a lot of work across many of the departments, and the Queensland government and other agencies are actually working together and also with other jurisdictions. And for agriculture, Department of Ag and Fisheries and Department of Environment and Science are closely working together. The Queensland government has committed to developing a climate action plan, and this will really drive the work forward in the next decade and what the focus is, and builds on the previous work through Queensland climate change response. That work's got a fair way to go yet, but it'll be a bit of focus over the next couple of years. There's also been a big emphasis on information gathering, and Queensland Department of Agriculture has actually commissioned some work around the marginal cost abatement curve, and that's really focused on productive technologies that are likely to be available soon or are currently available, and what could be do to support uptake of those. When we move to program delivery, the key one is for Queensland is the Land Restoration Fund, and you heard Gillian Main this morning talk about that. So there's been significant investment in carbon projects that also deliver additional co-benefits, and Land Restoration Fund is also investing in other science and adoption projects for how to actually get landholders to take up these opportunities or make the systems in a way that is actually viable for a landholder to take up these opportunities. We're also collaborating with a lot of other co-investors and programs, and the key one of those for the beef industry is around MLA's Carbon Neutral by 2030 initiative. You can hear from Doug Nicol later, but also linking in with the reef programs, and there's a lot of synergies between improving adaptation to climate and also managing ground cover, which supports good clean water running up into reef catchments. And another large initiative for Queensland is the Drought and Climate Adaptation Program. So Drought and Climate Adaptation Program, its objective is to improve the capacity of primary producers to better prepare and manage for drought, to better manage climate variability, and to adapt to a changing climate. So there's quite significant funding attached to this program, And the key part is it's quite an integrated RD&E program. So about 37% is invested in research, 19% in development, and 35% in extension and communication. And again, we have a lot of collaborators and co-funders as part of this work. So some of the specific projects within that program is the Inside Edge project, which is led by Department of Environment and Science, but also collaborating with DAF. And they're developing tools which allow landholders to look at how pasture growth and land condition can actually impact their property. Another project is around grazing systems economics. We're actually working with landholders to analyse different options for their businesses. And the grazing futures work in Western Queensland, we're really focused on drought and also extreme flood damage out that way, and how producers can actually use technology and other processes to evaluate what's happening on their properties and what options they have got moving forward. So the smaller projects are very focused on working with landholders and actually trying to implement or help landholders evaluate what can be implemented on their properties. An example of an on-ground project is from Methods to Markets project, which we'll be talking a bit later in this afternoon's session, but it's about overcoming the technical and economic barriers to producer participation. And it's not about ecosystem services on itself, it's actually about making sure there are opportunities while those businesses are still producing beef or livestock. And Sharon, I'd like to leave it there. Thank you.
Sorry, caught me on the hop there. There we go, now I'm back. Sorry about that, Stephen. Thanks so much for that overview. Again, it's really great to hear sorry, I thought I did that. Good. It's really great to hear how proactive the states are being in this climate adaptation and mitigation space to support agriculture. So thank you very much for that overview. Now, moving along, we're powering through here, people. Next up, we have Mandy Curnow, who is a Program Manager in the WA Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, or DPIRD. She's worked in both livestock systems and broadacre agriculture, and today she is going to update us on WA's carbon accounting and carbon neutral strategy. Thank you very much, Mandy. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you so much for that. I'll just, can everyone see, can you see my start screen there and hear me?
Yes, we can, all good.
Lovely, thank you. And thank you so much for having me. I'm going to provide a bit of a brief snapshot of where we are in Western Australia, the Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development. Some of you will know it as the Department of Agriculture in the past. But I'm just going to have a little bit of a particular focus on carbon as well. But I wanted to share with you a graph which really isn't a pretty sight to start with. This is WA's greenhouse gas emissions, and a number of other states listening in will know that their graphs are flatlining or even going down. Western Australia is in a position where we have quite a large extractive oil and gas industry, plus a whole lot of other activities. However, I'd like to point out that that agriculture is a small part of the state's emissions, about 9 to 10%, but 80% of the state's emissions are livestock. So that's sort of where we're sitting. Carbon is a priority for DPIRD, or Department of Primary Industries and Regional Development, and we're responding to climate change in sort of the three key ways, which is about protect, grow and innovate. Protecting, which is really around protecting the natural resource of Western Australia and maintaining our current status of producing reliable, premium, clean and safe food. Grow is around being competitive in markets, and that's a particularly important thing for Western Australia because we are very heavily dominated by exports in our agricultural products. And innovate, and that's around having evidence-based information and accurate independent information. Across the department, there's a whole range of different programs, and I won't go into too much detail, but it is found on our website. So we do have a Land Restoration Fund, which was just recently announced. It's similar to Queensland's Land Restoration Fund. We have a whole lot of work around the bioeconomy, renewable hydrogen, carbon farming, and we have a carbon fund there, resilient agriculture and drought initiatives, water smart farms, which is around one of our emerging issues for livestock, but crops and towns, and a lot of work around soil carbon and regenerative ag. WA is facing some similar challenges, obviously, to the rest of Australia and particularly Southern Australia. I just wanted to share this graph. So this is comparing the rainfall ISA heights. So see those green lines? So the ISA heights that were based on 1910 to 1974. The arrows on the screen show you how that ISA height has moved if we just look at the trend since 1975, and that's been intensifying. So you can see that drying of total rainfall across the West Australian agricultural zone. There's some significant areas that are under threat, and there's small areas that are less than 175 mils and are becoming really a part of the rangelands. So we've got some key challenges of which Western Australian producers are seeing that they're up for, but there's work to do. Carbon neutral livestock 2030. In our livestock directorate, we've adopted a goal of carbon neutral by 2030 for our livestock research facility. And this is really in line with the red meat industry's goal of carbon neutral by 2030. Our priority for our directorate is around meeting government, community and consumers' expectation on environment and welfare. Those three areas, mitigation and sequestration R&D, analysis and methodologies, adoption and communication are our focus. And there's a few of our priorities there. So number one, the state emissions analysis. Over this next year, we'll be undertaking a state level carbon account for the beef industry, looking at regions and different enterprise types as well. So looking at arid beef, tropical beef and agricultural beef, identifying hotspots, wanting to get a baseline for the state so we can see how those might be changing and measure total emissions in a much more granular way than they are currently. We'll be doing a similar one for the sheep industry as well. We're working with a beef processor and MLA on a processing sector analysis. There's further work looking at carbon impacts on adaptation as farmers need to move from now until what the climate's going to be in 2050. There's going to be some significant adaptation work, but also we wanted to capture what's happening with carbon in that. The Katanning Research Facility demonstration farm, and I'll give you a few more quick details about that at the moment. So that's about reducing the state government's asset emissions, but also providing a suck it and see, can we do it? We want to talk to you about how we've done it, demonstration farm. Things like screening the genetic resource flock, lambs by sires over the next few years, and continuing work around supporting producers at that adoption level. So very quickly to end off, wanted to share with you some actual data from our Contending Research Facility, which we run about 8,000 sheep on that facility. It's our premium facility there. We conducted a baseline account. We're about 2,500 tonnes of CO2 a year on that station. Quite a considerable amounts in a dry land farming area as well. And to give you a little snapshot, we were looking at about 75% of the total emissions, scope 1, 2 and 3 for the station being directly related to the livestock sector. The emissions intensity, and just make a qualification around this because we do have trials on some of those crops and products as well. So some of our numbers are a little bit higher than you get on a commercial farm, but there are some good reasons for those. So just wanted to share those with you. I'm just seeing the time, so I'll keep moving on. And to achieve our carbon neutrality on the station, the first 50% is looking quite manageable. It's the second 50% that's the hard part, and that's where we want to really develop some programs where we can partner with industry and funding organisations and universities to come up with those tougher, harder to achieve 50% to get to carbon neutral. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mandy. Really interesting to hear how you are working towards those commitments that you've set yourselves and where you think the challenges lie. So thank you so much for outlining your programs over there in WA. Now that brings us to our final speaker for the session. Last but definitely not least, Doug McNichol from MLA. Doug is R&D Program Manager at Meat and Livestock Australia. He looks after MLA's investments into weather, climate modelling and forecasting, and is responsible for industry initiatives to achieve its efforts to be carbon neutral by 2030. One of the projects managed by MLA is the Forewarned is Forearmed project that we heard Russell talk about earlier. So I'll now hand over to Doug to tell us about CN30.
Thanks, Sharon, and just confirm I've shared the correct screen and you can hear me okay.
I believe you have, and we can see and hear you.
Excellent. Okay, well, hello everyone, great to be with you. Presentation today from me is fairly high level in 5-minute overview of the CN30 initiative, and I'll leave you with some ideas about collaboration opportunities, which is one of the great strengths of the CRSPI network. So the Australian red meat industry's Red Meat 2030 strategy, which is a strategy developed by the Red Meat Advisory Council. It sets the vision for doubling the value of red meat sales and becoming the trusted source of the highest quality protein by focusing on product quality, animal wellbeing and environmental stewardship. And so MLA is identifying opportunities to generate and capture value for red meat producers through environmental service provision during red meat production. And so this includes low carbon and carbon neutral production systems. And so MLA, working alongside some of our partner RDCs, including AMPC, as well as other livestock production RDCs, and other stakeholders, including state government organisations and the federal government, are investing in technologies and practices to help the red meat industry to achieve its target, and also other agricultural industries. So it's 2017, if we cast our mind back, it was the year 2017 when the red meat industry launched its carbon neutral 2030 initiative, and that means net zero greenhouse gas emissions by the year 2030. And so that means that by 2030, the Australian beef, sheep and goat production sectors, that includes on-farm, lot feeding and processing, will make no net contribution to greenhouse gases in the year 2030. And so progress is reported by the federal government's National Greenhouse Gas Inventory. That's the building block of the industry's progress reporting. Baseline emissions were set, or the baseline year was set 2005, and emissions and also carbon storage. So don't forget, when we say emissions, typically mean net emissions, which is a function, in, as you can see on that slide there, of emissions minus carbon storage. It's been calculated using the 2017 UNFCCC's Australian National Inventory, which is and national statistics on resource use and livestock production, and supplemented with life cycle assessment studies that MLA has funded on behalf of industry using relevant LCA experts. And so you can see at the bottom of the slide here, there's just some visualizations of some of those efforts. So seed weeder, integrity, ag and environments, life cycle assessment work, looking at beef value chains. It also does work in sheep. There's been a little bit of work done in goats, but not much. That's also some key milestone reports where we've been making targeted investments with supply chains, understanding emissions. This is a snapshot of the national inventory and the data set that we extract using CSIRO to undertake progress reporting. We've also released the carbon neutral 2030 roadmap for industry, which describes where the sector is now and how it can achieve a net zero position. And we've also started to see a number of brands release carbon neutral products, and the one you can see there is Flinders & Co carbon neutral series, but Arcadian Organic and Napco have also released carbon neutral products. Now, it's also important to note, I think, in the broader Australian context, particularly given that we're an international protein market, that because of geological, topographic and climatic factors, less than 8% of Australia's land is suitable for crop production. This is a fundamental point when considering land use options in Australia, as opposed to other parts of the world where it's perhaps more favourable rainfall or soil type or temperature. So for the most part, Australia's just too damn hot to produce a lot of foods. And so it's no surprise that ruminant animal production is so significant as it is in Australia, because by design, ruminants can convert cellulose and lignin into useful products, of which red meat's one, but there's a whole 50% of the other part of the animal that goes into a whole range of edible and non-edible markets. And so it creates an opportunity for Australia to generate economic return from non-arable land, which is more than 90% of Australia's agricultural land, that's environmentally responsible and socially acceptable. So total net greenhouse gas emissions attributed to the livestock sector is 55 million tonnes of CO2e, and that's around 10% of national emissions. So industry's achieved over a 50% reduction since 2005, primarily through vegetation management practices. So the spearhead of innovation out to 2030 will be focused on enteric methane interventions, and I'll touch on some of those technologies in a moment. And so whilst I'm on that topic, the key technologies and practices that we're exploring for livestock producers are novel animal supplements, so forages and legumes that can increase live weight gain and dramatically reduce enteric methane emissions, deep-rooted pastures and legumes that can increase soil organic matter, improve soil health, feed-based productivity and drought resilience when coupled with appropriate grazing management systems, improvements in genetics and herd management practices that can reduce methane emissions per kilogram of live weight produced, enabling productivity improvements alongside reductions in emissions intensity, and also planned integration of trees and shrubs into grazing systems. That it's done in a way that can improve carbon storage, but also provide shade and shelter for livestock and offer significant biodiversity benefits. And so my last message is, the call to collaboration opportunities for those on the call. So a number of you may have been involved recently in the development of an emissions avoidance partnership and a carbon storage partnership for the livestock sector. So as the name suggests, the emissions avoidance partnership is focusing on bringing to market feed additives, forages and genetic technologies and when we say bring to market by 2025, technologies that can enable productivity-driven methane reduction. And the carbon storage partnership which is focusing on carbon storage enabled through livestock production. And that speaks to appropriate vegetation management and grazing management practices. It also, there's some real opportunities to flesh out business models for low and zero carbon livestock products. So, and that's just simply connecting people who want high eating quality protein with environmental and animal wellbeing credentials with producers who can supply that. And so you can imagine there's a lot that goes in between connecting people who want something with people who can supply it. And also joint industry policy positions around areas of common concern. And a couple of those, this is my last point, a couple of those include furthering our understanding of the impact of various food production systems. So this is not just red meat, this is multiple food production systems on global temperature rise. And the important point there is real-time contribution to global temperature rise. And that brings to light some new ways of measuring and accounting for things like greenhouse gases that are more appropriate for agricultural systems. At the same time, extending not only CO2 or CO2e or methane and nitrous oxide into other environmental impact factors, in particular water, and ensuring that there are appropriate impact assessment methods in the market for use that ultimately makes the right decisions, enables suppliers and businesses to make the right decisions to create environmental impact. And lastly, designing food production to minimise food waste. Plus, so not only taking that onus on ourselves as suppliers of food, but also educating consumers and the broader community about the importance of decreasing food waste. And indeed, given that landfill can contribute up to 1/3 of an inventory's contribution to greenhouse gas emissions, by simply designing for less food waste and educating people about food waste, we can make a massive difference. So that's for me, Sharon. I hope that was okay for the time allocated, and happy to respond to any questions.
Awesome. Thanks so much for that, Doug. You've covered so much there in a short amount of time. So well done. And great to hear about those partnerships too. So anyone out there in the audience has got any interest in those, please get in touch with Doug. And I mean, I know from a wine perspective, we feel that MLA is a little bit further down the path than what we are, and we certainly with great interest watch what you're doing in this space. And yeah, you're a great example to follow. So thank you very much for that, and thank you very much for all our speakers who've done an excellent job covering the brief and more or less keeping to time. As much as I would love to throw the session open to Q&A, unfortunately we've run slightly over time, and so in the interests of keeping to time, we'll end the session there. But thank you very much for those who did send questions through. And if you think of anything, or if you'd like your questions answered, please flick them through to Anwen's email address, which is on the CRSPI website. So thanks very much, everyone. I think it's been a great session in continuing the theme of information sharing, and I'll hand back over to Anwen to close things up.
Great, thanks, Sharon. And yes, as I said at the start, couldn't really come up with a solution for this session, except that there was a whole lot of other activity going on that we wanted to share with people. So please, if you've got any queries or you want to connect with any of our presenters, shoot me an email and I'll make sure that happens. Thank you to Sharon for doing an absolutely sterling job in getting us through all of those speakers. I really hope that you all come back and join us at 4 o'clock for the final session of our forum. It's actually 4 till 5:30. I know the program says 5, but it's actually till 5:30. All sessions have been 90 minutes. We have 5 really fascinating research presentations for you. At the end of the day, CRSPI is a research and development partnership, so I thought we'd back end the forum with a bit of a deep dive into some of those projects. So I do hope you can join us, go and maybe get caffeinated, and we'll see everyone back in a couple of hours. Bye for now. Back to the online forum, we have made it. We have arrived at session 6, which is our final session. Just a reminder while you're listening to the presentations to please use the Q&A function to start posing your questions. Michael, who is the chair, will keep an eye on that, and we'll get a bit of a discussion going once we've heard from our 5 speakers. These projects come from CRSPI partner funded research, so we're looking forward to sharing them with you. I'm just going to hand over now to Michael Beer, who's going to chair the session. Welcome to Michael. Michael is the General Manager of Business Development at AgriFutures Australia. Michael and his team are responsible for research and development into national issues, challenges and opportunities that face the whole of agriculture, forestry and fisheries. Michael has been directly involved in the design and delivery of agriculture sector projects in climate, sustainability and resource management. AgriFutures is focused on innovation in the agricultural and technology ecosystem. Welcome and thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Anwen. And it's my pleasure to chair the final session for this Climate and Emissions Reduction in Agriculture Forum. As Anwen mentioned, we've got 5 presentations in this session, followed by a Q&A, panel Q&A. And just to repeat, please use the Q&A function in your Zoom access for your questions to the panelists. To kick off with our first panel session, I'd like to introduce Marta Svenster, who's part of CSIRO's Climate Smart Agriculture Group. She's working on the quantification of direct and indirect impacts of agriculture and other economic activities. The aim of this work is to make this kind of information accessible to a range of stakeholders so they can improve decision making. Her main area of expertise is life cycle assessment, or LCA in short, and Marta is presenting today on the Common Greenhouse Gas Accounting Approach for Agriculture, which is a CRSPI developed joint project across the RDCs. Welcome, Marta.
Great, thank you very much, Michael, for that introduction. I hope that's just come up. My screen is properly sharing.
All good.
Yes, so it's very exciting to be able to give the broader audience today an update on something that we've been talking about for quite some time within the CRSPI partnership, including some broader stakeholders that have an interest in this project. So what I will be talking about is the background and the plans and the current status of what we've been calling the Common Greenhouse Gas Accounting Framework for Australian Agriculture. And just to start off, I actually stole a slide from a presentation I gave last week. It's very exciting to see how a lot of the discussion is really coming together at the moment. So last week at a presentation for the Crawford Fund workshop, I discussed how, of course, to achieve real mitigation, greenhouse gas mitigation in agriculture, we do need science, but we also really need to work on what we were calling the adoption challenge. So what that means is an interaction between the costs of mitigation measures, trying to access the benefits of mitigations, which is of course where a range of drivers come into the equation, but also to actually have accounting methods that are transparent and trusted and relevant. So there is a little bit of a gap in that space, and it plays out at several levels. I think especially at the farm level, there is an issue with methods that are currently being used, especially in the international context, that aren't necessarily relevant for the Australian farming, for instance. So a lot of the work that needs to be done is really address that aspect of being relevant for the Australian context, also of being relevant in terms of capturing local variability in what mitigation interventions actually achieve without necessarily losing that transparency. So when I talk about having methods that are transparent and trusted and relevant, there is actually potentially just a tiny bit of tension between those three aspects. And so a lot of the challenge of greenhouse gas accounting is in finding that perfect middle ground where we say we don't want methods for accounting to be so complex that they give different results for every single hectare of land, especially in the land-based sectors, of course. But we do want them to be relevant so that they capture the effects of actual farm management practices. So this project really focuses obviously on that accounting method aspect of this triangle in the adoption challenge. I'm going to start with the outputs because it's good to know what we are aiming for. Really, I think we have spent about a year discussing what it is that is needed across all agricultural sectors. You may know about the existing work. Of course, Doug earlier today has already told us about what MLA has been doing within the carbon neutral 2030 framework, and it all starts with setting a baseline for all greenhouse gas emissions in a particular commodity sector, and then tracking progress from there on. There was an identified need to have an accounting method for that kind of baseline assessment that is actually common across all the agricultural sectors. And there's a number of reasons for that we'll come on to in a minute. But one of the aspects, of course, is exactly that trust and transparency that we already discussed on the previous slide. So one of the outputs is that agreed common framework for accounting across the agricultural sectors and based on some shared key principles. It doesn't necessarily mean that every commodity sector will do exactly the same. That is in fact almost impossible because of course they are all different, but we can certainly identify many key principles that the frameworks can all refer to. Another output that was identified as an important objective, linking back to transparency again, I think very much, is to establish a common language around accounting. And this will really help communicating the actual purpose of what the various sectors, industries might be doing after this collaborative project where we establish this common framework. The sectors will go off and actually apply it, but it means we can all use a similar language around how to communicate what it is that we're doing. And we can think about terms even like net zero. When you drill down into what that means, it turns out that different stakeholders will have slightly different interpretations of what that means. So even something that is so often used as net zero or carbon neutral, I think will be really useful if we can actually come to an agreement on what we all mean when we use that. And then finally, there will be some more sector-specific guidance on what kind of data sources would be used for emission accounting. Is that, for instance, national level statistical data, or do we need something more specific in terms of surveys? So there will be a sweep of the available data sources, potentially identifying gaps that may need to be filled if we go forward. I think one of the things that will come up during the project is that it is one thing to do the baseline accounting, but of course we will want to do annual reporting in terms of monitoring progress, which means that the data and the accounting methods will need to be able to cope with innovations, because if we can't track those changes in actual practice, then of course we can't measure the progress. So of course, like I said before, the several sectors have already started doing this. In fact, quite a lot of sectors are working on baseline assessments with more or less formal approaches. So certainly in the livestock sectors, there's been a lot of work on doing life cycle assessments, just trying to quantify typical systems or average systems. We are in the middle of doing a baseline, a full greenhouse gas baseline for the grains sector, so all the leviable crops for the GRDC, for instance, and doing a formal baseline for that for the year 2005. So we have that really formal reference aligning with the Paris Agreement to refer back to once we start referring to or going into the mitigation pathways. So but the benefits of actually moving towards that common framework will be that everyone can then start to apply it in the knowledge that a lot of the choices, the difficult choices, have already been made and that they are broadly accepted. Those sectors that have already done some of the work or all of the work will be able to add confidence to those results. We can't really preempt what the common framework will look like, but a lot of the methodology will presumably overlap with what is already done, and so the main benefit will be that there will be that improved communicability in terms of the common terminology, the common language, and also that additional broader trust in the numbers because of consistent approaches. And then, of course, there are some complex issues that come up in most of these discussions, and some of them are really well, it's essential to tackle them in a collaborative approach because they relate to actual overlap in the systems. So looking at mixed farming with the same piece of land being used for grains and cotton and livestock, for instance. So that gives a real immediate need to work together on finding an approach to deal with how to divide emissions associated with such systems over different sectors. Other complex issues that might come up are around system boundaries, as we call them. So different industries will have slightly different traditional approaches of looking at where their industry ends. Is that at the farm gate? Is it at processing? Is it somewhere in between? We have things like, of course, the grains, some of the output of the grain sector actually feeding into the livestock sector. So that's another area of overlap. A big issue that I would think we're going to talk about is how to deal with soil carbon, and I don't mean that in a sense of how exactly to measure the soil carbon, because that is more of a farm level issue, and we will refer to existing methodologies or approaches for how to exactly measure it, but again, how to attribute it to particular activities. And then on the other hand, there will be some very simple issues. So there is a large fraction of what we would call the total greenhouse gas balance, which is actually common to a lot of the industries, and therefore there will be a big efficiency dividend if we only need to address that once. And we're not going to reinvent the wheel on any of those issues. So we'll be drawing from what has already been done in a lot of the work so far. Just a quick note about drivers. I think what is good to realize is that this project aims at sector level accounting. So it's not going to look at individual farms, but of course there will be a lot of interaction between those systems, I mean, the sector, ultimately the industries consist of an aggregate of individual farms. But the sector has a unique position sort of in between the national level accounting and the farm level accounting. And so one of the discussions that we are aiming to have is what exactly is driving the accounting at this level? And so to go back to that earlier triangle of the adoption challenge, if you look at what the drivers behind greenhouse gas accounting in general are, they consist of a whole range of drivers in the trade and market access and value chain communication space. And then I'm thinking about proper trade agreements, but also domestic policies around the world that influence market access to those domestic markets, as well as multinationals imposing purchasing criteria on their suppliers, for instance. And we all know that this is increasingly a important driver of this need for reporting. So very much that reporting down the value chain of greenhouse gas emissions associated with production. The other sort of cluster of mechanisms that are driving reporting is in the finance sector. So it's the lending, the insurance, but also increasingly investment, with investors asking for well, co-benefits in some sense to their actual return on investment, but also really asking for that additional impact of investment made. So there is that as an important aspect as well. Finally, we have already heard a lot about the carbon market, so ERF or the voluntary market. The last two are probably more related to the farm level accounting, because both the finance sector and those carbon markets are very much looking at actual projects or actual investments, and so that is a farm level accounting issue. The sector level accounting that we will be addressing with the Common Methods project has a strong tie to that whole trade and market access and value chain perspective. We have the example of the canola, for instance, where canola is accepted into the EU biofuels market. That's a domestic EU policy. It was a country level effort to make sure that Australian canola qualified for that particular purpose, and so that is the kind of context that sector level accounting can be very important for. So just to finish up, some concrete details on what we're at. So the project is another collaborative project initiated by CRSPI. As you may have gathered in the course of the last 2 days, there's a very strong link to the climate initiative, and especially the baseline and beyond tier of that initiative. So we are exploring that at the moment, and also the role of the AIA in all that. The funding currently is coming from a range of the RDCs, as well as a state DPI. So it is very much that collaborative funding. But we are very keen to align with all the other initiatives that are going on, so that we can maximize that benefit of really working on this from a consensus perspective. The project will be coordinated by CSRO, but it is also collaborative from the other end. So the experts that will actually do the work and guide the discussions that are necessary will be drawn from Queensland University of Technology, University Melbourne, the DPI New South Wales, Integrity Ag, and some other experts so that we really draw on all the existing expertise and come up with the best possible solution. So we're currently in the contract negotiation stage, and so hopefully before long we will be able to actually start the project. Thanks, Michael. I'll hand over to you and stop sharing my screen.
Thanks, Marta. That's really set the scene, and I'm sure we'll start to get some questions coming through the Q&A. We'll keep moving through the presentations, and next I'd like to call on Stephen Wiedemann. If Steve can come on screen. Steve's an agricultural systems scientist and principal at Integrity Ag and Environment, and Steve's professional experience is focused on livestock production and supply chains, resource management, sustainability and environmental regulation, with over 30 peer-reviewed publications and 17 focused on life cycle assessment. Steve is a science leader in the fields of greenhouse gas, water assessment, energy, nutrient and land management in livestock systems. He's a leading expert on life cycle assessments for livestock systems, and Steve is talking to us today about the EU product, or European Union product, environmental footprint, a collaborative project between the research and development corporations. Welcome, Steve.
Very good. Thanks for that, Michael, and thanks to everyone for joining today and the opportunity to present. So this project has been going for about 18 months and probably has another 12 months or perhaps a little longer to run. And I want to just give a snapshot of this. There's, I think, two key learnings around this whole program, and you don't need to have any background knowledge. I'll explain what it's all about as we go. I'll start with why you would even be interested in it. Firstly, for industries trading with the EU, this system is government developed system around rating the environmental performance of products. It's expected to become the new norm, really, in that particular environment, that trade context. And for those industries that perhaps don't trade a great deal with the EU, it's also a window into a serious government-driven initiative around environmental product labelling. So were that to come into other jurisdictions, other markets, potentially somewhere down the line in Australia, this would be the system that most likely the world would look to. The EU is a bit of a bellwether, a trendsetter, if you like, in environment. So it's relevant way beyond its direct trade implication. Now, what we're talking about here is a system that will aim to give an environmental score at the point of retail to consumers. So depending, obviously, on where you fall on that scale, that may be a good or a bad thing, a challenge or an opportunity. And partly that's what we're interested to find out. So what's it all about? It's like the Lord of the Rings, one ring to rule them all. It's a single system for communicating environmental performance to address greenwashing, if you like. There's a proliferation of brands and communication around the environmental credentials of products, and this is supposed to tidy that up and sort it out and solve all the problems. That's very ambitious, and they thought it'd be done a lot quicker than it has been. It's a lot harder to implement than it sounds like. The approach is based on life cycle assessment with specific rules to enable comparison in product groups. And it's designed to allow and even to foster comparison and to promote selection of lower environmental impact products. So I guess you could go to the cliche, it's designed to compare apples and oranges. Really, and if you think about it, I'm not sure what you had this morning for juice, if you had any, but you could have chosen apple juice, you could have chosen orange juice, and at some level, it's fair to say they really are comparable. And this type of system is deliberately designed to tease out how they differ or how similar they are from an environmental point of view. Now, this didn't pop up with the last shower of rain. It's been under development since about 2013. It's been really quite a substantial effort to develop a whole system around this for a whole economy. It's not talking food only, it's economy-wide. There's been a pilot phase. We're in the middle of what they call the transition phase. Policy proposals are being developed and finalised at the moment, and that policy is expected to be in place come mid-2021, implementation 2022. So it's a rules-based system, and in that sense, that's helpful. We have a degree of clarity around how it all works. There is detailed guidelines for the whole program, and then at the sector level, there's what they call category rules, product environmental footprint category rules. And that mirrors the International Environmental Product Declaration, ISO 14025, and underpinned by, you know, really good logic, I think is safe to say. Now, in the practice of developing those category rules, they're developed by technical secretariats, and one example that's being worked on currently that wool and in particular is behind is the apparel and footwear tech. And what you can see here is you might have an industry interest like wool, for example, through IWTO, but then you also have all the big brand names in the world that are interested in this space, either their flagship company or an overarching company that might own multiple brands. So it's quite a juggling act with so many different interests and even potentially vested interests in that development process. But also, in addition to that, it's overseen by the EC, Director of Environment, and also a technical board. So what's covered? There's 16 different indicators. This forum, of course, is focused strongly on climate change, and this is not exclusive to climate change, but in the way it's weighted, because eventually you get a single rating out of all these different issues, climate change is heavily weighted, if you like. So it has a big influence on the outcome. Now, one could ask, why is this relevant to us on the other side of the world, and particularly ag products? Well, a product life cycle, it's holistic. So it covers acquisition of raw materials, manufacturing, use, end of use, recycling, waste management, etc. And that term acquisition of raw materials includes farming, anywhere in the world where that might occur. So again, very comprehensive. If I use two textiles examples for a moment, industry is relevant and important in Australia. You see farming has a substantial role in, these are you know, proxy or estimated PEF scores. For cotton, more than a third, and for farming, for wool, more like half of the impact coming from farming right across the other side of the world. So if all this sounds complicated, the short answer is it is. It's not a simple system, and there'll be a great deal of working out to do in how that's actually implemented in the marketplace in a diverse, multinational stakeholder sort of environment. But what we can expect is that there'll be a trickle-down effect. There'll be a point simply because the impacts are substantial for agricultural products, that it will trickle right down to the farm stage in some form. What are we doing in this space? What's this project doing? First, it's engaging with the technical development at this late stage by the advisory board, where we're really advocating use methods that are relevant to the whole world, not just the EU in particular. We're looking to understand the relative impacts of Australian products in a global competitive market. It's no longer just about benchmarking and saying, how did we compare to last year? It's benchmarking against other nations and possibly even completely different product groups that might feature. So again, look at the textiles example. actually the most relevant comparisons is really to synthetic products. Nothing like agricultural systems at all. And thirdly, we're looking at how that fits with the other EU initiatives: circularity, carbon neutrality, carbon trading barriers. This is a big, wide world of policy going on in the EU in this whole space. And theoretically, it's supposed to be an enabler to drive change, positive change in that whole space. So some key challenges: environmental impacts. Some of these impacts, some of these systems haven't been studied in Australia. The first step is basic knowledge building. The second is understanding and then communicating that some environmental impact areas need specific region by region assessment. So it doesn't make sense to treat Australia like Europe when it comes to nutrient loss, for example. Mentioning the GHG in specific, one thing worth noting is that PEF take the most conservative view on this possible. So their GWP 100 values that they're recommending: methane 34, nitrous oxide 298, so that's including feedback loops, if you like. Increasing, again, the challenge, particularly for industries that are exposed to methane there. Further to that, data demands and how that will feature and roll out through the supply chains, it's not clear at this stage. The rules are yet to be determined. But I think the pressure is clear when farming is such a significant part of the supply chain that over time the demands are going to increase, and also they increase with societal expectations that they can be met, those demands, driven by big data, etc. Is there a silver lining? It's a good question to ask. Australia's traded traditionally on being clean and green in the international market, so I guess this offers an opportunity to prove it, and perhaps that means that Australian product could have an advantage. I would say that as a tech-savvy, developed nation, we also have the capability to provide information that others are going to struggle substantially to do. And that leads to the third point. We can't necessarily trade at the lowest price point in every sector on the global market. So can this open the door to access premium markets? And I think that's a big area of exploration in the next years. So just quickly to wrap up there, acknowledgements to supporting industries, AWI, MLA, GRDC, CRDC, Sugar Research Australia, and AgriFutures.
Thanks, Steve. And just for those who've joined us through the session, if you've got any questions of Steve's or any of the other panelists, we'll get those through the Q&A function on Zoom. Just feed those in and we'll catch up with the panelists at the end of the presentations. Okay, on to our next presentation. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Tom Ramini. And Tom's work is focused on converting leading edge scientific research into relevant and usable information for decision makers. His training in economics and global science enabled him to be an effective bridge between the research and operational communities. And based at the University of Tasmania, Tom dedicates significant time to stakeholder engagement, a major part of the production of Australia's Wine Future, a climate atlas, of which he was the lead author. So in his presentation this afternoon, we'll get to learn a little more about the key drivers for the climate atlas and observations from various regions across Australia. And welcome, Tom.
Thanks very much, Michael, and thanks everybody for having us. Shout out to Sharon Harvey, who's on the call, who was heavily involved in getting this sort of the extension component of this out to the community there. I assume that my screen sharing is working for you there. Please give us a nod, somebody.
All good.
Excellent, thank you. All right, there's a lot to get through, so I'm going to try, and it's also, late in the afternoon, so I'll try and be as quick and as upbeat as I can be. So Australia's Wine Future is a climate atlas. Was produced by myself and Dean Rowlands, a programmer, with some additional support from the rest of our team here at Climate Futures. It was funded by Wine Australia, and is a collaboration between CSIRO, the University of Tasmania, SARDI, the Australian Wine Institute, and Wine Australia. Now, why was the atlas produced? Because climate change is real and it's caused by humans burning fossil fuels. So what are we going to do about this? What are the impacts to an entire industry? So we needed something that could take all of the complex climate information that comes out of very high resolution data sets and present it in a way that was relevant at the key regional local scale to people growing grapes and making wine in those regions. So for each geographical indicator, which is the wine regions around Australia, we produced a summary of temperature, heat accumulation, extreme events, and rainfall. We did that in a way of producing maps and time series, each highlighting the variability within the region, as well as how that was going to change into the future. We presented future trends in mean climate conditions, variability of the extremes, and all of this with reference to both the current conditions and also the historical climate. So how much has it already changed? We went out and spent a lot of time talking to wine growers and winemakers and found the indices that they currently operationally use and then use those in the atlas so that we could really do that transformation or translation step. We also produced some infographics for those that just want to give like broad kind of statements, as well as some very detailed information. There's a big section on how to use the atlas and how to interpret every single figure that's in there, and also the background information which explains climate projections, how they work, where they came from, the methodology on how we calculated the indices. So,
sorry, Tom, might just go to presentation mode. I think people are just struggling with the size of the
so you're gonna, oh, okay, hang on one moment. Let's stop that.
Fantastic.
And let's do this. Share that. And then pop us into there. How's that going? Give us a yell when that pops up. It's all black at my end.
Yeah.
Have you got multiple screens open, Tom? There we go. Now we've got it.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right, we're almost. I've just disconnected my other screen, making everything work a bit better. Apologies for the delay, everybody. Okay, how about that?
Perfect.
Okay, so I'll just go back one. So the project's focused on using the highest resolution information available across the country. Crucial to recognise that a lot of this is now sort of superseded or would actually be good for us to update the atlas with the new data that's coming on board around the country. We now have 10 kilometres available nationally. But for the purposes of this, I thought it was really important to demonstrate that it's possible for this information to have multiple different dimensions, have multiple different sizes, and still be valuable across the country regardless. Then what does a climate model look like? So here we're looking at southeastern Australia, mostly sort of Victoria and the Alpine region there. We can see the clouds coming in, moving over the mountains. And although this looks really pretty, and you can actually also see, I think there's going to be a big front comes through and it's going to rain, and the soil moisture is going to fill up all of those little sort of soil holding capacity all through the landscape there. So this looks really pretty, but you can't make decisions based on a pretty video like this. You need something else. And so that's what we worked on, is how do you take all that information and show the difference, show what people really need. So we wanted to make sure it also was couched in the current period. And what we have here is showing how growing season temperature has already changed from the historical period of 1960 to 1990 to the current period of when the atlas was being produced, which was finished up in 2018. The calculations were done. 2019 it was launched. You can see that there's already been warming particularly strong on the inland side of the Great Dividing Range. And over on the western side, you can see that warming trend hasn't actually been as strong due to some of the coastal influences there. And that aligns really nicely with people's experience in those places. We could also do that for growing season rainfall and see how that changed. We can see some places are drying out quite substantially, particularly say the west coast of Tasmania, whereas other places haven't had substantial change. And that again aligns with the observational records that we see and people's anecdotal experience. So right now I just thought I'd focus, I'm based in Tasmania, we don't get a lot of attention a lot of the time. So I thought I'd focus on a little tour around here for the different types of things we see in the atlas. So let's go in and actually see what it looks like and go through a few of these regions. So we start off with this infographic, very broad information, just so that if people want to get a general sense of how things are changing across the country, this is useful. In this particular instance, rainfall has minor changes, extreme cold, very minor changes, whereas temperature is actually seeing some fairly significant changes for this industry.
Sorry, Tom, can we just check if your slides are progressing, or are we still looking at the map model?
We should be seeing the infographic.
Not yet.
Oh, that's a shame. I might just skip past that anyway, so when it does turn up, because it's not great. So it's a boring one. There's a much more interesting one that would be useful. So let us know when this changes again. I might move myself and see if that helps. Closer to our internet connection.
We can see you clearly. I think it's probably which screen you're sharing.
I only have one screen.
Whether you're sharing the presentation itself. I wonder why.
All right, let's just get out of here again.
No worries.
Big
thing
face of me.
Too, as well, if you would like to share the slides but not use presentation mode, but just make them as large as you can, that's probably an easy workaround.
Let's try this. Okay. How's that? Has that come through yet?
Temperature, Upper Derwent Valley. Perfect.
Perfect. Okay, great. So this is when we get into the atlas, you can see the regional variability in the maps in figure one, or it doesn't really matter. The maps on the left-hand side, and then lots of different ways of describing temperature through this. Now I can talk through each of these. I've given presentations that go for like 2 hours on how you go into each of these, but that's not the point of this presentation today. It's more demonstrating that when people see this information, and I'll sort of skip through some of the other ones, when the growers and winemakers see this information, it instantly brings them to, oh, wow, that's what's going to happen. What do I do next? And that to me is a fantastic impact of this product. It gets people to start thinking about the future in a really different way, in a much more long-term way, a way that's really good for managing continuity planning. It's a really big impact on some people's marketing strategies. And these are the types of things that are really important for getting people to start thinking about now that the climate is dynamic and changing, not just on an interannual basis, but actually in a much more long-term and fundamentally profound way. And so this atlas has been really well received. And one of the key things that we get out of it is being able to demonstrate to people how they're different to each other across the country, and also who they're going to be similar to as they move through this new world of a changing climate. So for example, we've got all the Tasmanian regions are down here, and as they warm across this drying and warming space, they become more similar to other regions. They can start going to those regions, seeing what they grow well, what challenges they have, and maybe start incorporating those into their work arrangements into the coming years. Now, the first question that Wine Australia had when we did this was, well, how do we compare internationally then? And that was also a really interesting outcome. So we've done a subsequent piece of work on that. And it just shows the light blue dots here are the Australian regions, the coloured dots are the international regions. And it shows that Australia as a continent has lots of different regions across the country, but we are moving in similar directions to everyone else in the world. In fact, we're actually probably moving a lot slower in terms of climate change than some of the traditional European regions, which has been a bit of a shock to many. And that's a useful sort of piece of information for the industry here to take out to their investors and the like, saying, look, we're actually one of the safest places to be growing these kinds of products. And that's really useful for everybody to be able to say it's not all doom and gloom in some ways. I'll skip past that because of the delays. So thank you very much for the time to present the Atlas. Apologies for the IT impacts, but Michael, I'll go back to you. And thanks to everybody who's contributed to the Atlas.
Thanks, Tom. Yeah, look, really engaging in terms of the dynamics, the visual dynamics on that. So I personally look forward to having another viewing of it.
It's freely available through the Wine Australia website, and for anyone that wants to investigate it further. And we'd love to do this for a whole bunch of other different industries. And there's a lot of programs available where that might fit. So anyway, I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Tom. And thanks for being faced with those few challenges and working through. Our next presentation, moving on, is Debbie Hudson. Debbie's a principal research scientist at the Bureau of Meteorology, focusing on multi-week and seasonal climate prediction. She has more than 20 years of experience in climate science obtained whilst working at the Bureau of Meteorology, UK Met Office and University of Cape Town. Debbie is currently leading the Bureau component of the Forewarned is Forearmed project that you might have heard an update presented in session 5 earlier today, that will deliver direct value to farmers by providing forecasts of weather and climate extremes on multi-week and seasonal timescales. And this is beyond the seven-day weather forecast. Her team are investigating the science behind making predictions on this timescale and are evaluating and developing new forecast products for Australia. Today, Debbie is going to tell us a bit more about this project, and welcome, Debbie.
Thanks very much, Michael, and thank you very much for inviting me to talk today about the Forewarned is Forearmed project. So I'm just going to, in the time available, give you an overview of the component. I'm going to focus mainly on the parts of the project that the Bureau is involved with. But before talking about the project, I thought I'd just give you a little bit of insight into a little bit of background. So here we're focusing on multi-week and seasonal timescale forecasts, so about managing our current climate variability. And to do that, we use the Bureau's seasonal prediction model for success. And so this is a model that, just like your weather forecast model, simulates what's happening in the climate every single day. And what I'm showing here is an animation from the output of one of the forecasts. And you can see the contours of sea level pressure, and the shaded blue area is rainfall. And you can see that it's simulating the weather day by day. And it's the output of that that we use to then deliver the seasonal forecast. But we don't just run one of these model simulations, we run 100. And the reason is that there's uncertainty in how the weather and climate's going to evolve, particularly as you go further out. And so we run 100 of them and we call that an ensemble. And so basically there are 100 equally likely futures or outcomes. And then we use that ensemble to create our forecast, to create our probabilities. So simply, for example, if 80 of those 100 say that it's going to be an above average season, then it's 80% chance it's going to be an above average season. And so I guess for multi-week and seasonal prediction, when we're looking at our outlooks and talking about outlooks, it's all about probabilities, it's all about risk management, it's all about shifts in the odds and the likelihood. We're not talking about providing a definitive forecast of, say, temperature of a certain degree in 28 days ahead. Okay, so what is the Forewarned is Forearmed project all about? So essentially, it's about trying to get more information than just probability of above median. That's the most common product that we've have at the Bureau for forecasting the multi. But how can we get more information about that? How can we know if it's going to be really wet or really hot? And so this For Warners project is a rural R&D for public project under the Department of Agriculture, Forestry and Environment.
Sorry, Deb, to interrupt you. That we're having some sound issues with your end. It's going quite loud and scratchy, then very, very quiet in between. Would you have a set of headphones you could use by any chance? Sorry, I thought it might be related just to the bandwidth, but I think it's just the microphone being silly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right.
Much clearer. Thank you.
All right, good. Okay, so it's a large project that's funded by the department, but it also has funding from several RDCs, including those that are listed here, like MLA, grains, sugar, cotton, agri-futures, dairy, wine, and pork. And then we've got several research partners. And I think the really exciting part about this project is that it's a real end-to-end project. It includes underpinning science and model development, and goes right out to the extension and training aspects. So it's real end-to-end, and really users of forecasts are central to this project. So I'm just going to go through a little bit about these different components to give you a flavor. Okay, so what I've called the foundation is essentially, first of all, when we started this project, we went out to various industry reference groups in the various industries in this project and asked them, what are their main weather and climate pain points? What are the things that affect their production? Is it maybe having heavy rainfall at harvest? And for those pain points, how far in advance would they need a forecast to be able to make a decision based on that? And so it was gathering that sort of information about climate and weather extremes that seasonal and multi-week forecasts might be able to inform. Then another component of what I've called the foundation is improving the forecast system. And that's really technical work where we'll be trying to actually improve the way the model works. And then there's another section looking at the underpinning science. And so by that, I mean, we try and look at understanding our current climate variability, understanding how it's captured in our models, and then also understanding why we might have a basis to predict extremes into the future. So I'll give you an example of the underpinning science. So this was some work looking at how the atmosphere high up above Antarctica in the stratosphere might affect Australian climate. And what this research found was that when the air in the stratosphere above Antarctica suddenly gets very warm and the strong vortex of winds around Antarctica weakens, then it is significantly related to having unusually hot conditions, unusually dry conditions, and fire danger weather, increased fire danger weather over Eastern Australia. And this research actually came to bear in 2019 when we had one of these what are called sort of stratospheric warming events. And the fact that we'd actually already done this research meant that we actually had an understanding about what our forecasts were doing, and it gave us confidence in our forecasts, and it underpinned the message that we were able to put out there. So this kind of work's really fundamental to understand what's going on and for the communication around it. Then a major component of this project is all about developing and delivering new forecasts. So in the project, we developing a range of heat, cold, and rainfall experimental forecast products. And we made them available on a research website. And the screenshot here is showing you our research website. And basically, on the left, there's this whole list. Each item on the left list is a different forecast product. So there's several forecast products that we've developed under this project, and we've exposed them to our reference groups in the dairy, beef, sheep, grains, sugar, and wine industries for feedback on which products would be the most useful to them? How do they go with being able to interpret them? How might we be able to improve the look and feel of these products? And then at the end of the day, we're selecting 5 of these products to go operational and to be visible on the Bureau's public website. So I'm going to just run through so far the product. So we doing that 5 products in a staged approach. And we've already just decided what operational products 1 and 2 are going to be. So the first operational product is basically maps showing the chance that you're going to have a very hot or very cold or very wet and a very dry period in the upcoming weeks or months or seasons. And so essentially it's giving you more information. So on the current website, you have what is the chance you're going to have above median rainfall. And then this is telling you, yeah, okay, but what is the chance it's going to be really wet? And so it's saying, what is the chance you're going to be in a decile 9 and 10 period or a decile 1 and 2 period? And this just shows you examples of the product. So this is what the product looks like on our experimental website. But then once the product has been chosen to go to operations, then there's a second round of feedback where we look closely at the colors that we use, the words that are used, and you know, how can we make the product clear so that it's less likely to be misinterpreted. Now, the next product is actually a product that will appear when you click on the map above. And it's a location specific product. And it's what we've sort of called the decile bars here, but this is what it will look like on the actual Bureau public website. And so what it has done is it's separated out the historical, say, rainfall or temperature into 5 categories, grouping the deciles together. And because of that, by definition, usually you would have a 20% chance of falling in each of those categories. And then the question is, how does the forecast actually revise those odds? And in this example here, you can see that there's a shift in the odds towards this dark green, this decile 9 and 10 outcome. But that there's still a chance it could fall in the other categories. So this has actually been a really good product for communicating that we're not saying it will be in a particular category, but it's all about a revision in the odds, a change in the likelihoods from what you would normally expect. The third product that's going to operations is a time series product. And again, this is a location specific product available for any location over Australia. And it is available for rainfall, maximum and minimum temperatures. And it's available in 2 forms, one in terms of weekly averages and another in terms of monthly averages. So if we just look at the top one, it's looking at weekly maximum temperatures. The first part of the graph in the red solid line shows what's been observed in the past few weeks. And then the box plots are giving you the range of forecast outcomes. So remember I said we run 100 of these forecasts. So it's giving you the expected range or uncertainty in that forecast for the coming weeks. And the dotted line is showing tracking the median, so the middle, the most middle of the distribution. So there are these red bars, but then underneath in the gray shaded is what you would usually expect from that time of year, from if you look back historically. So you can see, for example, in this week 1, that the red box is lying significantly shifted downwards or colder than what you would normally have at that time of year. So it allows you to put the forecast into the context of what you normally expect. And similarly, the graph at the bottom is for monthly rainfall. So what's next in terms of our forecast products? So we've already, as I said, decided on these first 3, and then there are 2 more that we're going to choose to go to operations, and we're currently in the process of deciding what those 2 products will be, and we're engaging with our industry reference groups to see what their opinion is and their feedback is in terms of what the most useful next 2 products will be. And so these 5 products are going to start appearing in a staged approach on the Bureau's public website from June onwards. They're also going to be based on our Access S2. So at the moment, the seasonal prediction system is the first version, Access S1, but we're going to be upgrading it to the next version. So then just very briefly, the other parts of the project, which are really important in terms of linking to the forecasts, is our partners who have expertise with the agricultural industries are looking at how these forecasts can then be interfaced to agricultural decisions. So how can they use the forecasts to inform a type of decision that they may make? And then there's the extension and training component. This is mainly led by the Birchip Cropping Group and by Agriculture Victoria. And as part of this, we have a monthly community of practice session where we provide presentations on updates of where we're at in the project, but also other presentations that might be of interest to the agricultural community. So if anyone is interested in getting invites for those sessions, feel free to send me an email and I can make sure you get onto that email list. So, yep, thank you very much. If you're interested in the project.
Thanks, Debbie, and great to see those new products coming through from BOM, and as a result of that large collaboration. Next and final session speaker is Dr. Stephen Bray, but just firstly an apology from Hayley McMillan, who is down on the program to present this afternoon, and just wish Hayley a speedy recovery. She's not feeling too well. But Stephen, who you possibly met in session 5 if you're attending the forum earlier today, is here to present on From Method to Market project, and in that unlocking the ecosystem service opportunities for livestock producers. Stephen currently leads a team of researchers and extension officers undertaking collaborative projects supporting improvements in sustainability, productivity and profitability of agricultural businesses. The research team are developing methods and technologies that will help livestock producers cost effectively measure and communicate their environmental stewardship credentials at the farm gate to maintain and improve red meat market access. Stephen is the Regional Manager for Beef and Sheep in Queensland's Department of Ag and Fisheries, and his expertise is in grazing land sustainability, including understanding the greenhouse emissions and sequestration that can occur as part of grazing businesses. Welcome and thank you for doubling up today, Stephen.
Thank you, Michael. Yeah, please be with me. Hayley McMillan put this slide pack together, which I'm presenting. So if I do stumble over a few bits, please be understanding. So the talk today is primarily about what we're doing as part of the From Method to Markets project. And it's really about on-farm improvements, particularly the beef industry, and how they engage with environmental ecosystem markets. So what is Methods to Markets about? So it's about improving ecosystem market opportunities for the red meat industry through method and technology development and advocacy. And a large part of this is actually engaging with real producers, looking at their business, where they're at now and what they can potentially do to get engaged. So the project is focusing on methods and technologies that simultaneously improve environmental outcomes, but also the profitability of red meat production. So what we're looking at is not planting trees all over beef properties. It's about looking at the property, what can they do to make a difference environmentally and actually still be profitable livestock producers. So the current ecosystem market opportunities, the ones with the predominant funds at the moment are the publicly funded markets, and includes the Emissions Reduction Fund and Land Restoration Fund in Queensland, but also reef credits and agricultural biodiversity stewardship are all potential publicly funded markets into the future. So that's one very clear part of the market. And the second one we're looking at is premium product market. So can the beef producers or livestock producers actually document improved changes in their business and then use that as a marketing tool for their. So a key question is, are public ecosystem markets and red meat markets actually related? And a few people saying, oh, people won't pay more for products, for better beef products, they're still looking at price. We disagree in part. There's a lot of publicity at the moment about how you actually improve the environmental footprint of the food people are eating. And there's a lot of media releases, a few on screen here, really focusing on that. How do they actually provide environmentally friendly diets to their kids or families? So for the public ecosystem services markets, an example is Emissions Reduction Fund that's really focused on reducing emissions intensity, sequestering carbon and avoiding emissions. And we've seen the change in focus for things like the Land Restoration Fund, where they're actually looking at co-benefits as part of those previous projects, and also agricultural biodiversity. How can we build on carbon and things good for carbon and greenhouse and at the same time improve biodiversity and social outcomes? And at the moment, has been some progress made for certified product, but it's very low volume at the moment. But moving forward, we see this as a real growth area and provides potential for the small to medium businesses, which have quite significant difficulty accessing the emissions reduction fund projects just due to scale. So our project has quite a large collaborative team with Meat and Livestock Australia, Bush Agribusiness, Integrity Ag, you heard Stephen Wiedemann talk earlier, the Land Restoration Fund, CBO Labs, and also the University of Queensland, and a couple of Queensland government departments all involved in this project. So we'll look at some of the barriers for producers less than 20,000 head of cattle from getting involved in the current publicly funded ecosystem markets. The key barrier is lack of project scale. You need very large herds to get involved in, for example, the beef herd method. A low carbon price is seen as a barrier, but prices are expected to increase, and with co-benefits, those prices are potentially lifting. So it is a barrier, but probably not the main one at the moment. One key challenge is the high transaction costs. Actually costs a lot to get enough expertise for most smaller and medium-sized producers to actually get involved in a carbon market, for example. And there's also a lack of methods that reward innovative businesses. A lot of the businesses we've engaged with and talked to, they've already made a lot of improvements in their business to become sustainable. And the current methods don't really recognise that change they've already done. And so how do you actually help those producers move forward to continue their progress? And it's also a very complex credit value chain. If you generate a carbon credit after you've gone through quite a significant process, you still then need to ascertain what to do with that credit, because if you sell it now, it may not be able to be used as part of offsetting other emissions in your business down the track. So there's quite a bit of confusion about what the best outcome and process there is. So for our From Methods to Markets project, we're looking at cattle businesses in the central Queensland down to southern Queensland and out into western Queensland around Morven. So we've got quite a large spread from quite fertile land types and relatively high rainfall to some poorer land types and less rainfall further west. So we're trying to look at each of these individual businesses, where they are at the moment, and what we can do to actually progress them towards engaging in ecosystem markets. So this property is one example we're working with, and So we actually go to these producers and actually do quite a detailed mapping exercise with them to look at what the property is currently doing and where they might be able to head to in the future. So let's scroll through a few options we're looking at. So the area there looks at Leguina planting, so looking at legume planting. So from a greenhouse perspective, that has potential for changing herd emissions, but also sequestration in the biomass of the leguina when it grows up a bit more in the picture there, and also carbon. We look at cultivation, so how that cultivation can be integrated into the business for maximum opportunity to increase productivity and at the same time reduce the intensity of emissions from elsewhere in the business. We've got the broader grassland area, so it's looking at land condition, but also grazing management and how we can improve that carbon sequestered in that grazing area. And having land in good condition also will improve herd efficiency. Looking at infrastructure development, how we can use infrastructure to redistribute livestock around those properties to actually improve that land condition, and also fencing. Down the bottom of that map there, those dots indicate cattle. We're actually looking at herd efficiency and what impact we can do there with herd management. And an example is to actually identify livestock which might not be quite so productive and get rid of them out of the system early so they're not emitting methane and not actually providing much product. And looking at heifer management, supplementation, early identification of poor doers can all contribute to that. Another part we're looking at is all our landholders, all their parts of their property which they regard and they should be regarded as very high biodiverse values. So how do we actually allow or encourage these producers to really value that biodiversity on their property and to take steps to actually further enhance those biodiversity values? And for example, this mountain paddock has quite a lot of jump ups and is expected to have quite rare and species which you don't normally see in the middle of a grazing paddock. Within the grazing paddocks, there's also regrowth coming back. Queensland's a bit different to some of the southern states in that a lot of our tree species keep regrowing from root shoots or seeds, and which requires ongoing management. So how can we best manage that regrowth to have the best biodiversity outcomes while at the same time maintain it as a grazing paddock? Also, how to manage remnant vegetation on the property to actually enhance those values and potentially link it up between clumps to actually enhance biodiversity. And also, with landholders will be undertaking clearing, what's the best methods of clearing and retaining the woody remnants on the ground? Is there opportunity to enhance the biodiversity that way? And there's a lot of small species which really benefit from having that wood just left on the paddock rather than stick raking and burning it. So we're looking at quite a lot of detail at the actual property scale, but we're also looking at the larger business scale. So the property presented there is just one of three properties in this business. So how do we actually integrate the production systems on each of those properties to enhance the outcomes across all the properties? Are they utilising each property to its optimum to obtain those ecosystem services and also the productivity benefits? So the framework we're using covers off on the natural capital accounting for each of properties. So looking at the whole farm carbon account, looking at the crop and pasture production, woody biomass, biodiversity, and also land condition trends. And we're also looking at animal production and welfare thing. So there's going to be a clear link between having good ecosystem services, markets, or claims on a product. You also got to tick off on very good animal production and welfare claims as well. So it's looking at live weight gain, sustainable carrying capacity, and also cow and calf losses and animal welfare compliance. And the third theme is about pulling all that together, looking at production efficiency, cost of production, and also return on assets, and whether through engaging ecosystem markets we can actually optimise those. So some of the method and technology development we're undertaking are looking at method stacking. Regrowth management at the same time, improving herd efficiency is a clear potential for method stacking on the same piece of land. We're looking at a legumes method, particularly around planting Leukemia, which has benefits for improving herd productivity, but also reduces daily methane emissions from cattle. We're looking at a land condition method about how land improvements and repairing degraded pastures can have a benefit and actually get recognised. And one of those is looking at forest cover and using technology. So this graph from SIBO Labs has been used in the Beef Sustainability Framework, but it actually is allowing us to track how the woody vegetation has changed over time on these properties. There's no doubt these properties have been cleared in the past and they'll need to keep having ongoing clearing to maintain regrowth, but it's actually having the data there to say that on average over time, these pastures are being looked after and the woody vegetation is maximised as much as it can be. Another example of technology is looking at, from satellite imagery, looking at how this property rates in their land ground cover with the surrounding district or region. So the blue line is the ground cover for the property, and the orange shading is the trend over time for the surrounding areas. And as you can see, ground cover goes up and down with climate, but actually ensuring those properties are actually at the higher level of the cover expected for that region will go a long way towards demonstrating good land stewardship as part of any ongoing methodology that gets developed. We're also looking at a low carbon method. There's no doubt beef production is going to have methane emissions, and it's about reducing those down to as low a level as we can possible. And then if we can on those properties, looking at becoming carbon neutral. Most of our properties we're working with would much rather reduce all the emissions on property rather than just going and buying carbon credits from somewhere else. They see a real pride in actually trying to do the best for their own property. And also, how do we link biodiversity methods in with these properties? The final point I'd like to make is about communication across a complex value chain. And we're working in detail with livestock businesses, but we're also engaging with the carbon service providers, some of the financial advisors, and how to provide those landholders confidence that if they invest in new methods, they actually can make a difference, or at least understanding what the financial costs may be. And it's also looking at auditors and verifiers and how the market's actually structured. So we're, for these particularly small to medium businesses, we'll be going back to some of the market developers about these are real limitations preventing these livestock businesses getting engaged in their method. And here's a couple of ideas you might like to consider to actually make it much easier for these livestock businesses to get involved. Michael, I think I'd like to leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. And while Stephen's there, you might just stay online. I might, at this stage, invite the other panellists just to come back onto video. And we'll progress into some open questions, but I guess the
climate change and to reduce our emissions. And so we're making a valuable contribution against some pretty major challenges. Also a reminder to people who attended the webinar, CRSPI is about identifying priorities for research and development. So if that's stimulated any ideas, send it to me. I will be sending to everyone a survey very shortly, and it includes a question about any suggestions and ideas about R&D. I don't think there's much more to say. We've made it to 5:30. We've got through 6 sessions in 2 days. Huge amount of information. We can all go away now and digest and come up with some new brilliant ideas. Thanks again for everyone who attended the webinar. We really appreciate your attention and that you've stayed with us for so long. I suggest it might be a good time for a glass of wine or a beer while we think through everything that we've learned. Thanks again, and lovely to see you all, and hope you can join us for CRSPI's next event. Bye-bye.